The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on in to a Tuesday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. The show is with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. And again, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The talk and text line to join the show, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text, 310-840-4910. And as always, if you do text in your question, just let us know who you are and where you're from, much like as if you called, so that we can get your text featured on the show. Brad, we got guys getting paid as just about everybody in the NFL has now officially reported for training camp. We're just a couple of days away from August. We are just over a week away from the Hall of Fame game. And some guys getting paid. Some guys are wanting to get paid, and they're not getting paid. We talked about Vita Vea yesterday. We'll have more on the Buccaneers in just a second. But in terms of show me the money. Dollar. Jalen Carter gets paid today for the Philadelphia Eagles' largest defensive tackle deal in NFL history, signing a 4-year, $160 million extension. And now we look at the top highest paid defensive tackles per average annual value. It's Jalen Carter. He bumps ahead of Jeffrey Simmons from the Tennessee Titans. And then you've got Chris Jones after that, followed by Sexy Dexy, Dexter Lawrence, the newest Cincinnati Bengal, and Milton Williams, who's going into year 2 with the New England Patriots. Great job by our guy Monty, our video producer with the graphic there. If you're watching live on YouTube or Twitter or Twitch, you can see that graphic right there. Brad, look, I mean, I understand that playing defensive tackle, playing on the inside, not as a pass rusher where you've got to be responsible for the run. You've got to also try to get after the quarterback. You've got to knock down passes. It's not an easy job. It is not an easy position, and that's why you're seeing guys like Jalen Carter and Jeffrey Simmons make nearly as much now as the top-paid outside edge pass rushers. That being said, I feel like Jalen Carter, we've kind of been told as football fans by analysts of the game, by folks that watch the game and give out grades every single week. And yes, by our eyeballs, he's had some big primetime performances, some. But I feel like a lot of people are very quick to lump Jalen Carter as, oh, he's right there as the best defensive tackle in the NFL. Oh, and just D lineman, he's there in the top 5. He's there in the top 10. There's a lot of money for Howie Roseman and the Eagles to give out here when they've also got Jordan Davis due for an extension, who they're going to pay. And then next year, they've got their corners. They've got Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell set for extensions. A lot of money the Eagles are going to have to try to give out. They got to give it out in the right places. And so it's tough to say that you shouldn't have paid Jalen Carter and you shouldn't have waited. And I get that. Trust me. But I feel like Jalen Carter is now being paid like he is one of the best defensive players in all of football. And I feel like he's got to show it because last year he's banged up. He only played 11 games. Yeah, he made a Pro Bowl again, but he wasn't an All-Pro. He wasn't a runner, in the running for Defensive Player of the Year. And I felt like there was a couple of games where the Eagles' defense kept their season going, allowed them to win an NFC East, but it was because of the secondary. It was because of other people on the defense. And I feel like Jalen Carter was just kind of along for the ride. He gets paid now to be one of the best defensive players in football. I got to see it this year because he had a career-low 3 sacks last year. His rookie year, he was great. His second year, he was dominant. He took a big step back last year. This is not just this isn't, oh, well, it's Jalen Carter. You got to pay him. It's a bit of a risky move from the Eagles, and we're going to see if it's going to pay off here, immediate dividends in 2026. This is a big year for him.
Yeah, your perspective is hardly a spit take. Oh, yeah, cue the drum sound. Thank you very much. I'll see myself out. We got a ton of radio to do. But look, you're exactly right. That is an outstanding point that you do make. It's, what version of Jalen Carter ultimately are we going to get? If we get the version that we saw back in 2024, he was outstanding. He was downright dominant at times. Let me give you the statistical evidence to back it up. He was number 19 in total solo tackles. He was number 17 in total QB pressures. He was top 5 in tackles for loss, top 5 in run stuffs as well. He was cue the Hall & Oates in the background. Whoa, here he comes. Watch out. He's a man eater. He was certainly that. A couple of seasons ago. But you mentioned it last year in 11 games played. He had the pair of dinged wings, and that really, dragged down his overall performance. And as a result, where he really struggled, in terms of tackles for loss, he only had 5 in totality in those 11 games. That finished at number 41 among all defensive linemen. He only had 5 total run stuffs. That was outside the top 60 in that category. He only had 3 sacks. He had 21 solo tackles, which was nearly identical to the year before. So, when he is at 100%, when he is bringing the A game on a week-in, week-out basis, he is a guy that has a master's degree and oftentimes a PhD in disruption. And that's exactly why, beep, 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 he got his aid, son. Because Howie Roseman and this front office, his organization, believes that Jalen Carter, when he is healthy, when he is firing on all cylinders, he is more than likely going to represent and resemble the player of 2 years ago, not the player that was operating at maybe 60, 70, 75% last year. He's a key cog in that Philadelphia Eagles defense. They need him to be that guy from 2024, because if he resembles the guy of 2025, even at 100%, this is going to look like a completely idiotic move, shelling out Brewster's millions at an all-time high for a player that's not going to deliver on the ultimate hype.
310-840-4910. Your thoughts on Jalen Carter getting paid? Highest contract, richest contract in NFL history for a defensive tackle. And I feel like we say that like every couple of months now for a certain position. That's going to keep happening. For those of you that are wondering, well, how do we keep doing this, right? Like, richest contract for a receiver in NFL history, JSN. Richest contract for a quarterback in NFL history, Mahomes. And before that, Dak Prescott. And I feel like every year before that. Well, the NFL salary cap continues and will continue, most likely, to go up more than 10% year over year. And so every year, there are players, top players at their positions, that are due for contract extensions. And NFL teams have an extra 25, 30. Next year is going to be an extra $35 million to work with. And so you're going to, for the end of time, unless the NFL stops making money, you're going to keep seeing basically every 12 months, richest contract for a so-and-so in NFL history. So I don't know. That was just, I feel like, Brad, that was maybe just an inside, that was the inner voice for me, where, realizing that and thinking that again, because we do see it every year. I remember teenage Pat Boyle used to be like, how do they keep getting record-setting contracts every year? And then you realize the NFL salary cap goes up, and that basically explains the whole thing. So, yeah, look, you mentioned the spit take. Great pun by you. His maturity, absolutely a question mark. His consistency and his focus, which seemed to wane at times last year. I remember I went to the Black Friday game where the Bears ran all over the Philadelphia Eagles, all over them, and they were running at Jalen Carter. I remember there was a couple of Eagles fans next to me and my girlfriend, and I'm enjoying every single second of this. I'm not going to I wasn't going to root for the Bears, but I was enjoying every single second of the Eagles just getting trounced by your Bears, who ran for like a team 295 freaking yards. And you got a couple of Eagles fans saying, why Jalen Carter's overrated? We're going to pay this guy? And that's Eagles fans for you. That's Philly fans, right? You have a couple that, the team loses, they're playing a bad game, and immediately let's attack the star players. But it's not like that person didn't have a point. So we mentioned it. He is now getting paid the richest contract in NFL history for a D tackle. This is a guy that looked like he might be on an Aaron Donald trajectory before last year. He took a big step back. Again, still a Pro Bowler, still had an impact. but was banged up throughout the season and was clearly not the monster, the man-eater, as you called him, that we saw, who, again, basically carried that Eagles defense to their Super Bowl win 2 years ago. That guy has to show up. Otherwise, yeah, this contract is going to look like a mess considering, Jordan Davis, they did pay him back in March. 3 years, $78 million.
Yeah.
So in the last couple of months here, to 2 interior defensive linemen, you just committed over, what is that, $340 million over the next 3 years here, next 4 years. That is a lot of quiche for Howie Roseman and the Eagles to be dishing out. And there is only so much money to go around on an NFL team, but Jalen Carter gets his bag, and we will see now at age 25 in year 4 if he can get back to where he was 2 years ago or if he's going to take a step back. Brad, ultimately, if you had to make a quick prediction here of what if Jalen Carter plays 15 games this season, how many sacks, if you want to throw in tackles for a loss or just tackles or in general, but the big number is the sacks, even for an interior defensive lineman. What do you think this season looks like for Jalen Carter?
Yeah, I'm going to say 6 sacks flat. I mean, it might be like 6.5, 7-ish around that, vicinity in that category. But I think he's going to be at least a top 10 run stopper in the league. He really has to be if he's going to deliver on the expensive and exorbitant price tag that Philadelphia shut out today. So I think he's going to be, at or near the player that you saw in 2024. And if that player does resurrect and rise to the occasion, Philadelphia is going to be mighty fine up front and a tough team to run on, and a guy that's sure to collapse a lot of pockets as well.
Yeah, I think the last 2 years, what he has done in taking his game to the next level is he's become elite at swatting down passes. This past year, 7 pass deflections. The year before that, 6. He didn't have a single one in his rookie season. Now, that being said, he didn't have any forced fumbles this past year. And he had his second fewest quarterback hits in a single season and the fewest sacks. I'll agree with you. I'll say 6 sacks if he plays 15 games. But the quarterback hits, it's got to be nearly 20, right? 16 was his second team All-Pro year in 2024. That quarterback hit department's got to be nearly 20. It's one thing, obviously you want to get after the quarterback, but even if you don't, you need to continue to disrupt. You need to get through and break through. And if you're not there a second earlier, you've got to at least be there to knock down the quarterback. The pass deflections, again, should be at least 5, 6, 7. You're talking about 1 every other game. And then just in terms of his tackles, again, he's had over 20 solo tackles each of the last 3 seasons and 25 tackles for loss in the 3 seasons combined. He's got to rack up at least 20 solo tackles and another 10 tackles for a loss. He has got to deliver and contribute in all areas of the game. That has become the expectation. So Jalen Carter gets paid, but Brad, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers veterans reported for training camp today. They'll have their first official practice tomorrow, but all quiet on the, I guess you would say, southeastern front in Florida, in the swampy areas of Tampa Bay. And there is no new deal for Baker Mayfield, who has said for weeks he will not negotiate once he enters training camp. He's there. I don't believe he spoke to the media today. We'll see if Baker speaks tomorrow. He's going to have to answer, and so is GM Jason Light. But according to Baker Mayfield and his agent and his team, the contract extension talks are expected to end. And now the expectation is for Baker Mayfield to play this season on the final year of his contract. He's currently set to become a free agent in March. Now, the Buccaneers could use the franchise tag on him next season, despite the fact that his contract is set to end. They can use the franchise tag on him in 2027. But something I did see reportedly is that Baker Mayfield, maybe through his agent, maybe through his camp, communicated to the Buccaneers, I got no problem. I'm not scared of playing on the franchise tag. If that's the route you guys want to take, franchise tag next year for a quarterback is going to be nearly $50 million, and I'll hit free agency in 2028. I'll play this song and dance. And so it feels like on the surface, everything is fine. No worries here. They're dealing with Vita Vea, who just requested a trade, but things could get real ugly real quick for the Buccaneers if this is true. If Baker Mayfield is not going to entertain any kind of contract talks now that training camp has begun. Do you believe that, Brad, or do you think this is a bluff?
I think it's all posturing, honestly, by both sides. The line in the sand's been drawn. They're going to stand their ground, and then somebody's going to blink. Whether it's the Mayfield side, it's probably not going to be the Mayfield side, quite honestly. I think it's going to be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the end. Now, when is that blinking going to occur? Is it going to occur here in the next few days? I think that's within the realm of possibility. Could it happen over the course of the season? The agent, dealing with the front office and having those conversations, and as they progress, maybe they agree to an extension and they eventually get the ink applied to the paper and sign on the dotted line, or it could extend into next off season. So, there's a lot of scenarios that could ultimately be played out. But what we do know is this: Baker Mayfield's going to be the quarterback of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, not only this season, but next year, because at a bare minimum, as you just laid out, they will apply the franchise tag. They will have to, because it's always tough to find quarterback talent, even though this draft class could be decent. That's still a bit of an unknown. We got another college football season that needs to transpire totally to determine what the player pool looks like at that position, and what free agents are going to be available, what other guys could, crop up and be available that are currently in the NFL. So a lot to be determined, to say the least. But I will say this: if I were to apply a percentage chance that, 3 years down the road, so not this year, not next year, but the season after next season, will Baker Mayfield be a Tampa Bay Buccaneer? I think it's a little bit better than 50-50 he will be, because ultimately, he's still a young man, ultimately a guy that could still sling it, and he is a player that has said, he would like to stay in Tampa. He likes the organization. He likes the area. Likes the guys around him. A true leader, a good dude. I think eventually a deal will get done, and Baker Mayfield will remain in Tampa. But I got a feeling you think otherwise, don't you?
Oh, I do. 310-840-4910. Again, we'll take your calls and your texts on your expectations for Jalen Carter this season on the Eagles defense. Do you think he could be in the running for Defensive Player of the Year? But also now with this Baker Mayfield conversation, because again, the way we decided to do this here to start the show, one guy got paid, the other guy ain't getting paid. And they're two big-time stars in the NFL. No, I think Baker Mayfield is a man of his word. I think he is a guy that, if you've been watching the new season of quarterback from the 2025 season that came out this summer, Baker, he is cocky. He's SOB. He's a cocky SOB. He's arrogant, but, man, he backs it up. He goes to war for his teammates, and I just get the vibe that everything he's kind of been about the last couple of years is a guy that also, just like Jalen Carter, needed to mature, especially coming out of college as the number one pick. We saw some of the antics that he was responsible for his time in Oklahoma, and even as a young player dealing with the Cleveland media, which is not always easy to deal with. I feel like Baker is absolutely deserving of a contract extension. It's kind of head-scratching that they can't come to an agreement when, I mean, look, like, what's too much to ask for if you're Baker Mayfield? $60 million a year? Because over the last 3 seasons, as the Buccaneers starting quarterback, my man is basically in the top 5 in passing yards, passing touchdowns, pass completions. He's been one of the top 5 most consistent, most durable quarterbacks in the NFL. Last year, things didn't work, neither for him or the defense. He was playing through the multitude of injuries. They collapsed completely, entirely as a team down the stretch. But, man, Baker Mayfield right now, Brad, is getting paid as the 16th highest quarterback. He deserves more than to be 16th. He deserves more than $33 million here this final year. And I think it is his cap hits under $30 million. Baker Mayfield deserves to be paid as much, if not more, than Trevor Lawrence and Justin Herbert, guys that are getting paid $55 million. And the Buccaneers have balked at this all summer. What are they thinking? You got to have somebody to play quarterback. You needed somebody after Tom Brady. I don't think they thought Baker Mayfield was going to be as good as he is, but we've got an NFC South division that is wide open. And I don't care what anybody tells you. Oh, well, Baker said it's not going to affect his performance. I don't think it will, but let's not act like this might not affect team chemistry. This is one of the many reasons that I'm out on the Buccaneers making the playoffs here in 2026. And the fact that Jason Light and this front office have kind of, dare I say it, spit in the face of Baker Mayfield, and not giving him the contract that I think he deserves, I think this is going to set their franchise back.
So in other words, pulling a Jalen Carter? I think bringing it back full circle, right, to the spit takes that we're saying. So that makes all the sense in the world. I am. I will say this. I think the Buccaneers front office, they're not dropping a ball. They're dropping the whole bag of balls, my friend, here, and just botching this entire situation. Now they got to deal with Vita Vea as well. So the drama's on high, unnecessarily so. Just all you got to do is take care of your bleeping business. And they didn't do that with some of their their two most indispensable players, one on defense and Vita Vea, with the supreme run stoppers of the league. And of course, the franchise quarterback in Baker Mayfield. The fact that he's a 16th highest paid quarterback is asinine. Player that's really stepped up. And I will say this, let's do this, Pat. Let's take it to a statistical point of view. We do have a player prop available through our title sponsor on BetMGM tonight. The one, the only, the Lions were BetMGM. Baker Mayfield might be some added motivation for him this season to go out there and sling it. His over-under is 25.5 passing touchdowns. It's juice to the under at -115, -105 on the over. So, Pat, I ask you, over or under Baker Mayfield, 25.5 passing touchdowns. In light of this news today, what do you say?
I feel like I gotta go over. I can't underestimate Baker. He had 26 last year, which was really low for him. 41 though the year before that. 28 in his first year as the Buccaneers starting quarterback. So you put those three numbers together, and he has averaged over 32 touchdowns per season. I feel like I got to go over. But in the same vein, Brad, I don't know how much I love the rest of this Buccaneers offense. You know, they let Mike Evans walk out the door and go to San Francisco. Emeka Egbuka had a great start to his rookie season, was nowhere to be found at the end of the year. Chris Godwin, reliable, getting older. Jalen McMillan, a guy that they're hoping makes a big step forward. Cade Otton, I feel like he's been their tight end for like 6-7 years now, and it's kind of run its course. I'm not in love with the weapons that Baker Mayfield has at his disposal. So that would be the one reason that I would not really love going over. But because I love Baker, I think he's a dog, I will say over, but I don't know by how much here. 25.5 feels like that's a really good number put out by our friends at BetMGM.
I think he's going to flirt with 30, quite honestly. He's just going to use this as motivation. I think Emeka Egbuka is going to put a full season of consistency together in year numero dos. I like Jalen McMillan, a fantasy football sleeper. Remember that name in the beer fuzzy rounds of your fantasy draft. And Kenneth Gainwell, too. We can't forget about him. I remember all the checkdowns that he caught last season and extending the chains and the drives for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's going to be that guy in this offense this year, and Bucky Irving is on track to return as well. And that defense, as you mentioned, a lot of question marks. He could maybe come out smelling like a rose in garbage time. Baker was outside the top 30 adjusted completion percentage last year, largely because he had the variety of injuries. He's healthy as long as he stays upright. It's going to be a stellar year, I think, for Baker Mayfield. Not 40 touchdowns stellar, but 30 passing touchdowns entirely doable in my estimation.
310-840-4910. Question for you. Do you think Baker Mayfield will be the Buccaneers quarterback beyond this season? Training camp, they reported today, no new deal. Baker said he's not doing contract extension talks once he gets to training camp. He's going to play out the final year of his deal. Do you take him for his word? Is this the final year of Baker Mayfield in Tampa Bay? 310-840-4910. You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, we'll get your phone calls and your texts as soon as we come back. And also another round of buying or BS as we continue to get more juicy news out of the first few days of training camp in the NFL. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Steph Curry needs to demand a trade from the Golden State Warriors. He should ask out yesterday from Golden State. Now, I don't think he will. I do think whether it means something to me or not is immaterial. He's his own man. He's his own person. He can do what he wants, right? All accounts say that Steph Curry wants to play his entire career with one team. Start and finish his career with the Golden State Warriors. And I guess there's like something admirable about that. I don't think there is. And you can say, well, you're not loyal. Okay, here's my question for you then, moron. I love you. Thank you for listening and watching. Do you think the Golden State Warriors have done enough for Steph Curry here in the twilight of his career? And really, and I understand they won a title in 22 because of him, have they done enough since they lost to the Raptors in the 19 NBA Finals? Have they? And be honest. Have they? They've been doing this like Marvel Universe, like 2 timeline sort of deal. Like there's today and then there's like the multiverse. Like with Kang and Doctor Doom and Jonathan Kuminga and James Wiseman. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It hasn't worked. This offseason, by all reports, I'm not involved in these conversations. I just go by what I like. Bill Simmons on The Ringer is really plugged in. He talked about it over the weekend, that the Warriors didn't make a good enough offer for Jaylen Brown. And think about it, right? They wanted LeBron. What pushed LeBron to go to Philadelphia was the thing that got him over the line there, Jaylen Brown. What happens if the Warriors trade for Jaylen Brown? Does LeBron go there? Probably yes, right? What's the % chance the Golden State Warriors win the NBA title this season? And if you took that % chance and multiplied it by 1 million, what would it be? The answer, 0. 0. What's the chance they win it next year? Take the chance. Multiply it by 1 million. Shine it up real nice. Turn that son of a bitch sideways and stick it straight up you know where. 0. 0. Why should 38-year-old Steph Curry languish for the final couple years of his career? Languish as the 9 seed in the West, or maybe they're the 6 seed and get bounced in the first round. Why should that be what happened? Loyalty? Why? Just because he's been there his whole career? Really? You think this is not Milwaukee? Giannis won 1 title in Milwaukee. You think the Bay Area will ever dislike Steph Curry? MVPs, 4 championships? Stop. Come on. He resuscitated that. That franchise was not dead, but it was on life support before Curry brought them out of it, out of the abyss. Why should he finish his career in Golden State? Other than loyalty. Why should he?
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
And I want to paint it black. Welcome on back.
Heck yeah.
At MGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Shout out our guy Lee in our Westwood One studios, pulling out that classic. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text, 310-840-4910. We juxtaposed two-star players in the NFL. One got paid today, Jalen Carter. Record contract, highest paid defensive tackle in NFL history. 4-year, $160 million deal with the Philadelphia Eagles. And another star player did not get paid today. And that deadline came and went as Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers veterans reported for training camp. Baker said, contract talks will be done by the time I report for training camp if there is no new deal. And there is no new deal. This is an FDR, baby. So Baker seemingly going to play out the final year of his contract and then become an unrestricted free agent in 2027. I think that's a gigantic mistake by the Buccaneers. But we'll take your phone calls and your texts on those topics, 310-840-4910. Brad, how about another round of buying or BS as NFL training camp underway for just about every NFL team? What is the premise of buying or BS for those that missed it yesterday?
Yeah, we got a lot of information. It's coming out hot and heavy this time of year. So I'm going to give you the very latest news bite on a particular player or situation or team, whatever it is. And then I constructed a sentence or based on that information. And you're simply going to tell me if you're buying the statement or you think it's a heaping, smelly, stinky pile of BS. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready, baby. I'm ready.
All right. According to Kyle Juszczyk of the San Francisco 49ers, there's a real chance Niners tight end George Kittle, coming off the Achilles injury that happened late last season, I believe it was in December, is going to be ready to play in week 1. So buying or BS, Pat? Kittle suits up and plays at least 60% of team snaps in San Francisco's opener. And good day, mate. Melbourne, Australia against the LA Rams. Again, buying or is that BS?
Man, I think it's BS. And it wasn't even December. It was the wild card game against the Eagles. Remember that the Eagles offense just could do absolutely nothing against basically 75% of the backups of the Niners defense because it was so banged up. They basically had a trio. All their linebackers were their backups, and some was a third stringer. And the Eagles offense couldn't do a damn thing. And in that loss, that was when Kittle tore his Achilles early on in that game. Remember, we found out he was basically just slugging a bottle of tequila for the rest of the game in the locker room. That was middle of January. That was middle of January. Right. And we're talking about 7 months later, 7.5 months later, this guy is going to be ready to go off of a torn Achilles. I mean, I thought the Daniel Jones stuff, that's a torn Achilles in early December. This is another month and a half later. George and Kyle Juszczyk says that George Kittle, there's a real chance he's going to play. Look, I would love to be wrong. I got to see it to believe it. I think it's BS. I just feel like that San Francisco cannot afford to have him suffer any kind of setback or rush him back too soon here with how important and how long this season is. There are other weapons. They have McCaffrey. They've got a new weapon in Mike Evans. They've got Christian Kirk as well that they've added. So, and they've got other good tight ends. Like we've seen Jake Tonjes make some big plays. We've even seen Luke Farrell, a guy that they could put on the field because they trust him with his run blocking. I think this is BS. I'd be stunned if Kittle plays week 1.
Yeah, and Dejon Stribling, the rookie at Ole Miss, is getting all the buzz right now in training camp. And he could be a major reason why this is indeed BS. And I agree with you. I concur with you, Captain, on that point of view. There's a chance he could be active for this game, but he's not going to play 60% of the team snaps. No way. I don't believe in any way, shape, or form. I still think there's a decent chance to get to wind up on the PUP list and miss the first 4 games of the regular season when push comes to shove. Yeah, they got to bring him along slowly. Yes, I understand. George Kittle is an absolute athletic freak. and he is a marvel of modern medicine. There's no doubt about it. But you laid out all the justifications, all the proper reasoning. They need him at or near 100% for the majority of the season because he is so vital. He is so indispensable, imperative to the success of this team in terms of run blocking, in terms of the schematics and the pass game, and in terms of his red zone presence. So I don't think they're going to clack and roll the dice there in the land down under in that opener against the LA Rams in Melbourne, Australia. So, yeah, I think it's BS. He's got to play at least his 60% of the snaps. I still like him in fantasy, but you got to play the patience game for him to get back to full strength. All right, let's move on to another guy that's dinged. And we got some news on him today, and there's been a ton of news that's come out here last about 48 hours. The Colts' Alec Pierce, who got PISA'd back in March, begins camp on the PUP list stemming from off-season ankle surgery. Today, we got an update that he's reportedly a week or two away from returning and getting his first action, his feet wet in training camp. So, Pat, based on that, buying or BS, the number one and number two targets in Indy this season will be Tyler Warren and Josh Downs, not Pierce, who signed a 4-year, $114 million deal in March.
Oh, this is a tough one. I'm going to say, you say the number one and number two targets. I will use that word target literally, and I'll say I'm buying this, that I think Tyler Warren and Josh Downs will have more targets than Alec Pierce, because they both had more targets than Alec Pierce last year. Tyler Warren had 112 targets, ended up having 76 catches for 817 yards. And Josh Downs had 88 targets. He ended up having 58 catches for 566 yards. Alec Pierce had 84 targets and only 47 catches, but he was basically the best downfield long ball threat in the NFL last year. He turned those into 1,003 yards and 6 touchdowns. It was a big play. It was there's Alec Pierce and another 40-yard touchdown catch. There's Alec Pierce with a 60-yard touchdown catch. He's the deep threat assassin. And so if it's just in terms of targets, yeah, I think Tyler Warren's going to be number one. And I could see Josh Downs having to be that number one guy in terms of the targets on the outside, filling the void left by Michael Pittman. But Alec Pierce is still their home run hitter. I don't think they paid him for nothing. They need him to be healthy. Again, he might be a little bit of a slow start, maybe a snap count for weeks 1 and 2. See how he responds to the first one or 2 full games of the regular season. But I still think he is their best overall weapon in the pass catching department. But yeah, I don't think he'll. There's a decent chance he'll be third in targets again this year for the Colts. So yeah, I guess in some ways I'm buying it.
I think it's BS. I'll give you the reason why in a minute. Indianapolis, by the way, they got a brutal opening schedule. They're at home in Baltimore week 1, at Kansas City week 2, and then the Houston Texans at home in week 3. I mean, they could start off over to begin the regular season. But the reason why I'm calling this BS is I'm going to throw a curveball at you. I think they go out and sign Keenan Allen. And as a result, I would not be remotely surprised. I think number one target is going to be surefire, barring injury, Tyler Warren this year. But the number 2 target, it may not be Josh Downs. Everybody's kidding about him in fantasy football circles. I can tell you that right now. But it could be the savvy route running veteran in Keenan Allen. I think he's going to sign the dotted line. Not much of a bold prediction. The rumor mill's been churning about that because Alec Pierce is going to be brought along gingerly and slowly to begin the year. So that's my point of view on that one. Let's work in one more before we got to take a little siesta. Here's the news. Early in camp, the Patriots have steadily used Kayshon Boutte, smack it, and A.J. Brown in 2 and 3 wide receiver sets. Mario Douglas has been the consistent slot option in 3 wide receiver formations. ESPN Pats reporter Mike Reese added today, Boutte has been, quote, the offensive player of camp so far. Now, New England's only been in camp a handful of days, but buying or BS, Pat, Kayshon Boutte will statistically outperform Romeo Doubs that they brought in from Green Bay this offseason in 2026.
I'll buy that for sure. Kayshon Boutte is a guy that made a real good name for himself this past season for the New England Patriots. 551 yards and 6 touchdowns, but a guy that was really a big name player for them in the beginning of the season. Then he got hurt midway through the year, missed week 10 and week 11, missed week 17, and felt like he was kind of banged up the rest of the season. Didn't have quite the impact he had in the first half of the year. But he had some really good chemistry with Drake May. And now you bring in Romeo Doubs, 724 receiving yards last year at Green Bay, and is a guy that has consistently been one of their top options for Jordan Love the last couple of years. But he's never had Drake May throw him the ball. And I think trust goes a long way with Josh McDaniels and Drake May in this Patriots offense. So, yeah, I mean, if all things go according to plan, Romeo Doubs develops that chemistry with Drake May really quickly, and he becomes a guy that catches 75, 80 balls for 800 yards this year. That doesn't always necessarily happen. And, the news that you mentioned, the reporting is that Mike Rice, that Boutte's been the offensive player of camp so far. That's trust. That's even more trust with Drake May than he had last year. And, again, if not for those injuries that caused him to miss a couple of games in the back half of the season, who knows? Kayshon Boutte could have racked up over 800 yards. Hell, he might have gotten close to 1,000. So, yeah, I'll buy it that Kayshon Boutte statistically outperforms Romeo Doubs this year in 2026.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying pump the brakes. It's early in camp. Don't overreact. But, you got to see it to believe it, and I'm seeing it right now. I think Boutte really does shake it and outperforms Romeo Doubs as well. I mean, the guy is a premier field stretcher. He was top 5 in average depth of target last season. He was number 8 in catchable target rate. So already has that built-in rapport and chemistry with Drake May. He was numero uno in yards per target among all eligible NFL wide receivers last season, number 6 in yards per catch. He had a 133.2 passer rating when targeted. That was number 1 in the NFL last season. Romeo Doubs will be a threat in the red zone, but I think Kayshon Boutte overall will outperform Doubs. Don't forget about him in your fantasy drafts. Boutte's ADP right now, wide receiver 74, 247.72 overall. He's an 11th hour pick. It could pay a handsome dividend. All right, there you go. Buying or BS. We'll be playing it all week right here on BetMGM tonight. Take it away, Pat.
Yeah, that's beautiful stuff. I think we got to play it every day throughout the entire preseason here, because that is some good stuff. That's getting me fired up for football, baby, like you wouldn't believe. My nipples are hard. 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. We're going to go. So wow. Nipples are hard. We're going to go streaking. There's a segue for you as soon as we come back. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Here's my beef with the 2026 Cincinnati Bengals. I think the head coach sucks. I'm not a Zach Taylor guy. I never have been. I don't think he's a good head coach. And I think the defensive coordinator is also terrible in Al Golden. And I don't know what the thought process is. First off, of getting rid of Lou Anarumo in the first place. But then you replace him with Al Golden. The defense is even worse, and then you bring Al Golden back for a second year. Like, why would we expect, and I understand that there's some more talent here, but we are looking at right now, I can be wrong, but we are looking at what I would consider to be, I know they went to the Super Bowl. They almost won the Super Bowl with Zach Taylor. I understand that. I get it. Do you think he's a good head coach? The offensive coach, I don't think is very good in Zach Taylor. And the defensive coach, I don't think is any good in Al Golden. Awesome. You think, like really, we haven't seen Jesse Minter coach a game yet. Who would you take as your head coach, Jesse Minter or Zach Taylor? Who would you guess? We haven't seen Declan Doyle call plays in the NFL. Who would you guess is a better coordinator and better play caller at his side of the ball this year? Declan Doyle, who we've never seen call a game, or Al Golden? If you had to bet on one of them, who would you bet on? So look, like, I get why people could be seduced by them. There's a fantasy football component of this. I don't mean that as an insult. I love fantasy football as much or more than anybody. But we get seduced by Burrow and Chase and Higgins and this offense and the promise of what some of these defensive free agents bring in. But we forget that the guys that are actually in charge are nincompoops. That they're not very good. I don't think they're better than the Ravens. I don't even know if they're better than Pittsburgh. And I don't love the Steelers this year. Here are teams that I will take over Buffalo right now in the AFC. Or take over Cincinnati right now. Buffalo's going to be the first one. The teams that I will take over Cincinnati right now in the AFC. Buffalo, New England, Baltimore, Houston, Jacksonville, Kansas City, Denver, and the Chargers. And I'd consider the Steelers. I think the Bengals will be on the outside looking in at the playoffs yet again. But really what this comes down to, for me, with the Kansas City Chiefs, plus 750 to win the AFC, yes, minus 210 to make the playoffs, win total of basically about 10. Why I like the Chiefs, and insert laugh here because I loved the Chiefs last year, my Super Bowl prediction, and they didn't even make the playoffs. The quarterback. Here's number 15. The Dragon in red. And it's possible that a couple hours from now, we'll have video of Patrick Mahomes practicing for Kansas City. That's possible. After tearing his ACL in December. I'll leave you with this to end the hour. If you think about the great quarterbacks in the history of the National Football League, whether they've won a ton of Super Bowls, Mahomes already has 3, or not. The Bradys, Peyton Manning, Dan Marino, Joe Montana, you can go down the list. They almost never have a losing season. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Now, it can, but it usually doesn't. History bears that out. What I believe to be likely is we will, 10 years from now, look back on the 2025 season, and I'm a Giants fan, right? I'm not a Chiefs fan saying this. We will look back on the 2025 Kansas City Chiefs season as the ultimate anomaly. Remember when that happened? How weird was that? Can you believe that actually happened given what happened afterwards? I'd be stunned if it happened again. Here's the bottom line. Scouts and executives and coaches and networks and talking heads can say whatever they want. The best quarterback in the National Football League is still Patrick Mahomes. And I believe the Kansas City Chiefs will be back on Championship Sunday.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Welcome all back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood Sports. Did y'all boys not get the memo? Welcome on back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Crack. That's the sound of the bat hitting the baseball and a reward being dropped into your account. With our friends at BetMGM, take a swing each day in our free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or home run. This game is exclusively available at BetMGM. You play as the batter and select an area of the strike zone, and if you get a hit, you win a prize. You could win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same-game parlay boost token. There you have it. All right, it's just past 6:45 p.m. Eastern. It is time. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're good streaking! Alrighty, we go around the crew. Everybody picks a batter that they think will correctly get a hit. Yesterday, we went 4 for 6. We've got a bit of a loaded crew this week. That's fine. The more, the merrier. And we were pretty damn close to a perfect, never before seen 6 for 6. But PCA loves drawing walks. Drew too many to get a chance to hit. And Wilson Contreras had some opportunities, but could not come through in that bandbox of a stadium in Sacramento. So, our longest active streakers right now, our VP, Michael Montgomery, Monty, 3 in a row. And he's the king of the standings. And then our guy Lee in our Westwood One studios. They are going for 4 in a row today. I'm going for 2 in a row. I'll start us off here, Brad. Paul Goldschmidt got me a knock yesterday. I'm going to another right-handed stick. Well, he's a switch hitter, but he'll be hitting from the right side against the left-handed pitcher. Second game of the doubleheader coming up in Cincinnati. Guardians, Reds. Give me Josie. Give me Jose Ramirez going up against Caleb Ferguson, who is probably going to be an opener if my research is correct here for the Cincinnati Reds. So might only face him once, but either way, I'm pretty confident that Jose Ramirez will get a knock. He had a couple of hits in game 1 of this doubleheader, 2 for 4 lifetime off of Ferguson. Again, probably only going to face him once, but hitting over 300 against lefties. Either way, give me the hot bat of Jose Ramirez to get a knock tonight. Brad, who are you rolling with?
I'm going to a guy who nobody's ever heard of. Shohei Ohtani at home taking on the Seattle Mariners and Luis Castillo. Ohtani's only hitting .214 in his last 15, but batting a decent .274 at home this season. He's 4 for 11 lifetime against Luis Castillo, who's had a rocky road, to say the least. 4.68 ERA away from the Great Northwest. He's also given up an .827 OPS to left-handed hitters. So Shohei, show your boy the money. I got to go streaking yet again.
Bang. All right, speaking of which, by the way, you saying Rocky Road reminds me of Rocky Road ice cream. Very underrated ice cream. Haven't had it in a while.
Very good.
Love some good Rocky Road. All right, let's get to our video producer, the owner and operator of batters-box.com, a.k.a. the hyphen. He's Monty, a.k.a. the Goat T, Michael Montgomery. What's up, Monty? Who are you rolling with tonight?
What's going on? I'm picking against your boys. Give me Munetaka Murakami against Garrett Cole, the 3rd highest rated hitter on my website. Cole has been better recently, but last 5 games still allowing 48% hard hit rate, 11% barrel rate, and more than 2 homers per 9 innings to left-handed hitters. Getting by with an extremely low BABIP, under 200. I think he's going to regress. Murakami's been on fire. OPS near 1,000. 21% barrel rate. 62% hard hit rate over his last 10 games. And 4-star pitch mix rating for Murakami against Cole tonight. So I really like Moon.
Okay. I'm not going to be upset like some other people are when you pick against, hitters that are playing the Cubs. So Monty, Murakami can get all the hits he wants. Yeah. Murakami can get all the hits he wants, as long as the Yankees win the game. All right, let's go to our guy, Zach Kroll, filling in for producer Brandon Combs. Zach, you're going back to the well, aren't you, you naughty boy? Yeah, hopefully he's not throwing too much junk. Wilson Contreras can get a knock. And finally, our guy Lee in Westwood One Studios. League, since we're running out of time, I'll let the folks know you're going with Freddie Freeman, looking to make it 4 in a row. Jose Ramirez, Ohtani, Murakami, Freeman, and Contreras, plus 424 if all 5 get a hit. John McClain's up next.
This is
I think they're going to be awesome. Drake May was almost won MVP of the league. You almost, there's no way you could convince me. I don't know how many people are saying this, but Drake May does not stink. Drake May is not overrated. Drake May is on the cusp of absolute mega and superstardom. Mega and superstardom. Stud young quarterback. An offensive line that I expect to be better, and I love the signing of Elijah Vera-Tucker, the former Jet. Obviously, the questions surrounding him are about health, and they are well-founded questions, and maybe he can't stay healthy, which he's pretty much been unable to do in his time since being made a first-round pick by the Jets. Man, if he stays healthy, this line going to kick ass. Has the potential to be really good, especially if Will Campbell can figure it out and cannot be a turnstile at left tackle. This line has a chance to be really good. A.J. Brown, Romeo Doubs, like an embarrassment of riches at receiver. Like Kayshon Boutte almost got traded 15 times this offseason. All he does is make big plays down the field. Read the training camp reports. I do, because I love this stuff. He's been great at camp. Mike Vrabel can't stop praising Kayshon Boutte. Involved in all these trade rumors, never lets it get to him. That's good stuff from Kayshon. Boutte, rocking everywhere. Shout out to Bubba Sparks. Love the coaching staff. Yes, the schedule is harder. It is. Undeniably, a lot harder. But the team's also better. No Pedialyte, no Gatorade, no IV, no Tylenol, no Advil. Really, the only thing the Patriots need is no New York Post and no TMZ. As of right now, my AFC East champion, the New England Patriots. Here's Nico Collins, one of the best receivers in the league. Year 2 of the Iowa State boys, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. I think Higgins can be a stud this year for the Houston Texans. And there's a guy, you'll remember his name. We haven't talked about him in a long time. Because at the end of 2 NFL seasons ago, the 24 NFL season, his leg exploded. ACL. LCL, MCL, BCL, ZCL. If there's a CL in the knee, Tank Dell tore it. Plus, fractured patella. Is a patella in the leg? Femur, leg, whatever. Everything that could go wrong with the leg went wrong for Tank Dell. Missed all of last year. All of them. Do you remember how good he was when he played? Now, maybe he won't be what he was prior to the injury, but if he's even is he 80% of what he was? 85%? Do you understand what a big deal that is for this offense? And they can run the ball a little bit now, and the line's better? If CJ Stroud can give you anything more than he gave you last year, and the bar is low, why can't this team go to the Super Bowl? I said it. Why can't the Houston Texans go to the Super Bowl this year? The Houston Texans will win the AFC South. And as of this moment right now, this is pencil, not pen. It's July 28th. I reserve the right to change my mind. As it stands right now, I will have the Houston Texans playing on Championship Sunday. And perhaps on Super Bowl Sunday.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this Tuesday night get-together kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. We're going to H-Town tonight. Deep dive on the Texans as they reported for training camp. And we're going to talk to one of the absolute best legends of the business when it comes to covering football teams. And that is our guy, John McClain, who is starting his 50th year covering the NFL in Houston. He's a member of the Pro Football Hall of Fame and the Texas Sports Hall of Fame. And you can find him on Twitter at McClain on NFL. It's been about probably 2 months since we last talked to you, John. It's Pat and Brad. Thanks so much for joining us, my man. How you been?
I've been great, Pat and Brad. Thank you for having me.
You got it. John, let's get right into it here on probably the biggest question mark this season for the Texans. After a phenomenal rookie season, it has felt like 2 straight years of a step back for C.J. Stroud as the Texans QB. I don't know if you saw it. I don't think his walk into training camp today that the Texans posted on social media is helping him out either. But after a really rough playoff game versus the Patriots with those 4 picks and the Texans failing to make that next big step, do you think this is a make or break season for C.J. Stroud?
Not as a Texans quarterback, no, I don't, because he's one of only 2 quarterbacks that's won a playoff game in each of the last 3 years. Despite problems with the running game, he didn't have his running back, Joe Mixon, for 1 snap last season, so they had to start Woody Marks, a 4th-round rookie. Their offensive line was terrible at running back. The Texans have done him a disservice when it comes to the offensive line. And they keep making changes. Nick Caserio's done a great job at drafting, signing, and trading for most positions, but the offensive line has been a constant struggle. And then another thing about last season, they brought in Nick Caley from the Rams to be the offensive coordinator and play caller. It's the first time Caley'd been either. And he came up with Josh McDaniels, New England, then Sean McVay, and Caley puts a lot on the quarterback's plate. From the time the huddle is broken, he calls protection coverages. He has to look and call audibles. And sometimes that went so poorly that the clock they were getting, the whistles were going off, or they'd get the play off with 2 seconds left. They should be better at that because of the experience. And they started 0-3. And then they finished 12-5, 1-1 in the playoffs. And I still think his horrific performance in the playoffs at New England, a big part of that was because of Caley. When your defense scores 2 touchdowns in Pittsburgh and you beat the Steelers, and then you go to New England, I don't care if you run the ball 3 times and punt. What you have to do is don't turn it over. Let your defense win another one. They came out throwing. Stroud was awful. Pick 6. The game was still close, but he was just terrible. So they worked hard to improve their running game. 1st and 4th round picks, 2 veterans. Traded for David Montgomery, who's been a touchdown machine. David Montgomery, the last 3 years, in a part-time role with Jahmyr Gibbs, has rushed for 33 touchdowns. Texans have rushed for 34. Last year, he had 8 rushing touchdowns playing behind Gibbs. Texans had 9. So that shows you how pathetic their running game has been. So Stroud may not have great stats, but he ought to have a running game to keep the defense off balance, and maybe finally they'll have an offensive line that offers him some stability.
Well, that is great stuff right off the bat, John. Part of the reason why you're you're a legend and a Hall of Famer is because you give it to everybody straight. We love that. So going further on C.J. Stroud, you said this is not a make or break season, not as the Texans quarterback. Is there actually a chance that Stroud and the Texans front office, led by the aforementioned Nick Caserio, is there a chance they come to an agreement on a contract extension before this season begins? I heard Adam Schefter mention he thinks it's a possibility, but you've been covering the team for a long time. So what have you heard about a possible extension for Stroud in the next few weeks?
Well, Caserio has spent a lot of money this offseason. He spent a lot on Will Anderson Jr., drafted one spot behind Stroud. Now, Stroud to me doesn't deserve to have a big monster extension for 50 to 60 million a year. He hadn't earned it. That is powerful incentive. There's no reason to sign him right now. Let him play, let him prove it, and then do it next off season when the cap will go way up again and you'll have more money. I'll be stunned if they do it. David Mulligetta is his agent. Mulligetta was Deshaun Watson's agent, but I just don't see them doing it now. But if they do, and it is a good deal for them, why not? If I'm him and they offer me, say, 45 and I got a chance to get 60, I want to play. I've got better receivers. I got Tank Dell coming back. I've got a better offensive line. I've got a really good running back inside the 5-yard line, and I have a Super Bowl caliber defense.
Yeah, no doubt about it. John, assistant head coach and RB's coach, Danny Barrett recently said that Woody Marks will, quote, get lots of opportunities, end quote. Exactly how would you define lots? Do you feel the touch distribution between David Montgomery and Marks will be close at a 70-30 Monty to Marks, 60-40 or 50-50? And on a related note, you already touched on this. What are your expectations for Dave Montgomery year one in Houston?
Well, Montgomery, they like old running backs. They gave a 7th-round pick for Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon came in here 2 years ago and played great. They won the division, won a playoff game, got beat at Kansas City. Stroud played really well, lost by 8, and they thought Mixon would be back. And as I tell people, because nobody knows what his injury was, nobody's heard from him, they wouldn't comment on it. And people ask me about it, I say he is in the witness protection program. How else do you explain there's been no comment about anything involving Mixon? So they get Montgomery. Montgomery hasn't played full-time in a while. Woody Marks was thrust into a bigger role last year than they expected as a 4th-round pick, and he did really well. He's a good receiver, but he's not a back to get the ball across the goal line inside the 5-yard line like Montgomery. I would say that if each of them could get 15 touches, 15 to 17 carries for Montgomery, 10 and 5 with 10 carries and 5 catches for Marks, they would be happy. And I think the Montgomery deal was one of the best trades they've made because he has just been a terrific player with Chicago and Detroit, no ego. And I saw Mott St. Brown talking on a podcast last week. He did everything but cry because they wouldn't have Montgomery back.
Mandatory Montgomery, one of my favorites. I think he's going to have a baller year in Houston. John, let's talk wide receivers. Nico Collins is the indisputable WR1 in this Texans offense, but the fantasy football community is salivating at the prospects of Jaden Higgins in year 2. Over or under 575.5 receiving yards for Higgins this season, and what is his ceiling in this offense this year?
I would take the over because even though Nico is a top receiver, he's great after he catches the ball. He's fearless over the middle. You know, he's 6'4", 222. Higgins is 6'4", 220. Higgins had 6 touchdowns last year and a minimal amount of catches. And so with Collins getting all the attention, Higgins is going to get single coverage all the time. Jalen Noel, who's starting the season on non-football injury, he's the slot receiver. Tank Dell, who's always played outside. People think because he's little, he's at 5'9", 165, that he is a slot, but he's not. Now, if he could come back from a devastating injury 2 seasons ago, didn't play last year, he's not on PUP, so they expect him to hit the ground running. That kid is really good. All of them will take away from Collins, and Nico's problem. His one problem is he has not been able to stay healthy for a full season. If he did, I predict that he'd have 1,500 yards and about 15 touchdowns, because not only can he catch the ball deep, he's great over the middle, full stride, he can run the out routes, and Stroud loves him. But Jaden Higgins, a bookend size-wise, who people over there tell me had the best off season of any player on the team. Now, what does that have to do with scoring touchdowns? Because they can't hit, they can't do anything like that. But the way he attacked the program in his second year, learning what it's like to be a pro, they should have 2 really good outside receivers.
We're talking to the great John McClain here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And John is starting his 50th year covering the NFL in Houston. He's already a member of the Pro Football Hall of Fame and the Texas Sports Hall of Fame. You can find him on Twitter at McClain on NFL. John, I was going to ask you about Tangtel because that was awesome news today. Avoids the PUP list to open up training camp. But since you spoke about him, I want to ask you about the tight end core here. Dalton Schultz coming back for year number 4 in Houston at over 700 yards and over 80 catches last year. But the Texans, they brought in Foster Moreau, the 29-year-old who has remarkably in the past beat cancer, spent the last couple of years with New Orleans, although didn't do much last year with the Saints. And then they also have Brevin Jordan, who basically missed all of last season a year ago with an injury. And not to mention Cade Stover, who is going into year 2, I believe, coming off of a year where he was hurt last year as well. So I guess this is Dalton Schultz and everybody else in the tight end room. What kind of season do you think Dalton Schultz will have?
One of the big questions they have is who's going to be the backup tight end. And if Schultz were to get hurt, he played hurt 2 years ago, didn't play as well as he could have. Last year he bounced back. Stroud loves him on the short and intermediate routes because he knows if it's 3rd and 5, he'll be at 6, 3rd and 10, he'll be at 11. He doesn't drop many passes. But behind him, it's a crapshoot. They reached in the 2nd round on a tight end that I'm still blasting Casario about. Marlon Klein started 1 year at Michigan. He's from Germany. He wanted to play football. His family sent him to one of the Carolinas to play high school football. He earned a scholarship to Michigan, played on the national championship team, but he only started 1 season. You talk about a reach in the 2nd round. He's a reach. He was hurt in the off season. And boy, if he steps up and he can catch better than Moreau, which is no big deal. Moreau can't catch. And Cade Stover can't catch. And Brevin Jordan can catch, but he's missed the last 2 seasons with blown out ACLs. And the year before that, in 23, he was really good, but he's more of an H-back. He's really fast, but they need somebody who's going to lay the wood when it needs to be laid, somebody that can catch a short and intermediate pass besides Dalton Schultz. And maybe Klein's the one that I'm going to be watching the closest in camp.
Yeah, that's really good stuff, John. Let's talk. Yeah, go ahead. I'll take it from here. John, you already touched on this earlier, and I want to dig in a little bit deeper. Let's talk about the elephant in the room for the Houston Texans, and really the key for them to be successful. It's the offensive line. They largely been the dregs of the keg for seemingly, it seems like the last century. So you seem optimistic that they're going to make stride, but how big of a jump could they make in pass blocking efficiency, run blocking efficiency? What's the outlook for the Hogs up front? Could they be a top 20 unit? Could they even be a top half unit in the league this year?
Well, first of all, you just insulted one of the greatest offensive line in history to mention the Texans with the Hogs. You know, these are Hogs that be led to slaughter. They've been so bad. And they brought in two rookies, including Keelan Rutledge, who is a guard at Georgia Tech, and they want him to play center, and he's never snapped. And you're going to have him snapping to Stroud, so I'm not so sure that he would be the starting center over Jake Andrews, who started every game last year, but he was mediocre. Now, Wyatt Teller, Cleveland didn't even try to re-sign him. He's the left guard. Wouldn't surprise me if Keelan Rutledge in the left guard. The right guard is Ed Ingram, and to Nick Casario's credit, he traded a 6 to get the former 2 in Minnesota. He played really well and was rewarded with a big contract. In the second round last year, left tackle Ariante Ursary started all but one game and did well. They expect huge improvement. Their right tackle, they signed Braden Smith, who they know very well from Indianapolis, and one of the reasons is he's a really good run blocker, as Wyatt Teller has been through most of his career, as Rutledge is. But then they got Trent Brown, who's 6'8", probably about 500 or 600 pounds now, and Trent Brown started 7 games and they won them all. But you can't. He's always going to have weight issues. He's always going to have injury issues. What they need is a second-round pick in his third year, Blake Fisher, to play like a second-round pick. They reached on him. He hadn't done squat. And just like they reached on Juice Scruggs, a center guard who didn't do anything, and they included him in the David Montgomery trade. And then Casario drafted Kenyon Green in the first round from A&M. I don't even know if he's still in the league. He was the worst pick in franchise history. And I'll give them credit. At first you don't succeed. Try again. They've changed coaches like you change underwear, but they can't get it right. So, yes, I think they'll be better. How much better, I have no clue. But right now, this time last year, and I'll be honest with you guys, I was probably saying, well, the new left tackle, Cam Robinson, there's a good chance he'll be an improvement. And their left guard, Laken Tomlinson, hadn't missed a game in 6 years, played for D'Amico Ryans with the 49ers. Robinson was gone after one start. Tomlinson was gone like after 5 games. I don't think either one's in the league right now.
We're talking with the great John McClain, who's on a heater tonight with us here on BetMGM tonight for another 2 minutes or so. All things Houston Texans. John is the Pro Football Hall of Famer, Texas Sports Hall of Famer, going into year 50 covering the NFL in Houston. John, are you worried about all the pressure that has been put on the defense the past 2 years to be lights out dominant? Because, again, expectations are for this unit, led by head coach D'Amico Ryans and DC Matt Burke, to not only be a top 5 unit in the NFL again, but arguably the number 1 defense in the entire league. And you mentioned, you've got games where they score defensive touchdowns and you still can't win football games. So I would assume that this unit is up for the challenge. And they added Reed Blankenship in the offseason, which I thought was a really good move. But is there such a thing as there being too much pressure on this defense in 2026?
Yeah, I don't see it. First of all, those guys love to play. I was at a point last year, I just wanted the offense to get off the field so I could watch the defense. And one of the things, fans here, this could be the greatest defense in Houston history. I'm like, whoa, pump the brakes a little bit, 30-year-old. The Houston Oilers, when they had their Love Your Blue team in 78, 79, and 80, and lost an AFC championship game in back-to-back seasons. This team's never gotten beyond the divisional round. They had 3 Hall of Famers on their defense, nose tackle Curly Culp, end Elvin Bethea, and outside linebacker Robert Brazile. And then the 93 Oilers with Buddy Ryan as the coordinator, they had the best defense in the NFL. They knocked out 11 starting quarterbacks and then succumbed at the Astrodome to Joe Montana's last miracle. Now, could this be as good as those? Sure, it could be, but you got to get somewhere in the playoffs. They've got the best edge rusher tandem in Will Anderson Jr., Daniil Hunter. They had one of the best draft choices, Caden McDonald. They got in the second round to go with the starters, Sheldon Rankins, Tommy Togiai. Their linebackers, Azeez Al-Shire is really good. Henry To'oTo'o is good. And their secondary is the best in the NFL. They are loaded in their secondary with Derek Stingley Jr., Kamari Lassiter at corner, Jalen Petrie covering slot receivers, and then Kalen Bullock, a ball hawk at free safety, and now Reed Blankenship, and they've got depth. So this defense should be great. We'll find out right off the bat. Right off the bat, Josh Allen in Houston, Joe Burrow in Houston, Daniel Jones in Indy, Dak Prescott in Houston. They've beaten Josh Allen here the last 2 years, sacked him 8 times last season. So we're going to find out, is this defense going to be as good as everybody thinks? Last year they allowed the fewest points, and they would have allowed the fewest yards, but D'Amico Ryans pulled all his starters, and the backups gave up a lot of yards while Seattle had to keep playing the starters because they wanted to get home field advantage. And so I think Seattle gave up like 0.2 or 3 fewer. So 17.8 to 17.6. So this defense, I can't wait to see it because they don't get to hit anybody in the off season. You know, they play patty cake. So until when the Raiders and Fernando Mendoza come in here for a joint practice before the second preseason game, you know, I can't wait because I love watching. I used to like this with J.J. Watt. Joint practice, watching offensive, defensive linemen go up against each other one-on-one. Down in the corner, Watt used to get so many opposing players frustrated they wanted to fight him.
Yeah, that's competition at its finest, John. John, you're the best, man. We appreciate all your time. Year number 50 for you. It's got to be exciting, and honestly, I'm not saying this just to be a kiss ass here. We're honored to have you join the show. A couple times here over the last few months. So we can't wait to get you back on once the season starts, and we appreciate the time as always.
Pat and Brad, thank you guys very much. Just let me know. I'm happy to go on with you anytime.
Thanks, John.
There you go. The legendary, the great John McClain, starting year number 50, covering the NFL in Houston, a Pro Football Hall of Famer, a Texas Sports Hall of Famer. Make sure you give him a follow on Twitter at McClain_on_NFL. Man, is he good. Man, is he good.
Yeah, rocks.
Brad, the fact that, I mean, he rattled off the entire starting defense. He's rattling off backup players. I mean, and he is somebody that a lot of the times, beat reporters, writers, people that cover their teams, they're objective. They don't want to rip the team. John's not afraid to be he's not afraid to be critical at all. And I thought that man, he gives it to you straight. And honestly, I hope the Texans are either really good or really bad, because when they're in the middle, as the NFL, you could be a little boring. But when you're really good or really bad, you get storylines flowing aplenty, and that means we have more opportunities to hopefully talk to John McClain during the season. So that was really good stuff, man.
That's why he's a legend, unlike C.J. Stroud walking into training camp.
Oh, brutal, by the way. Absolutely brutal. For those of you that didn't see that, Brad and I were talking about it in the break. He cut his dreads off, by the way, in the offseason. For those of you that missed that was a couple of weeks ago. And I thought at first it didn't look bad. I was like, all right, new look, People are like, oh, he lost his aura. The clip that the Texans social media team posted today, you want to talk about zero aura. CJ Stroud looked like, what did you say, Brad? He looked like he was rolling into the first day of school. I mean, he's like a fifth grader rolling into the first day of school.
Yeah. I think you're giving him credit at 5th grade. I mean, at best, I thought he was a 3rd grader.
Yeah. And he some people were like, does he have a limp? Because he kind of was walking like a little hitch in his giddy up,
weird. Yeah.
He was walking weird. And he doesn't, look, I'm not saying, and Patrick Mahomes, have you ever seen Mahomes with his shirt off? He don't look like an NFL quarterback. I mean, he's got the dad bod. But CJ Stroud, I mean, again, zero aura. He doesn't look great, but this is a big year for him. Big year either way coming up for CJ Stroud and the Texans. Nobody's going to be giving a damn about how he looked walking into training camp if they win the division and win another playoff game again this season. 310-840-4910. We'll dive deeper on the Texans when we return. Brad and I will do our 3-point stance, best fantasy value, favorite player prop play, over, under, 9.5 wins, and we've got some phone callers. We will get to those as well when we come back. 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Steph Curry needs to demand a trade from the Golden State Warriors. He should ask out yesterday from Golden State. Now, I don't think he will. I do think whether it means something to me or not is immaterial. He's his own man. He's his own person. He can do what he wants, right? All accounts say that Steph Curry wants to play his entire career with one team. Start and finish his career with the Golden State Warriors. And I guess there's like something admirable about that. I just like, I don't think there is. And you can say, well, you're not loyal. Okay, like here's my question for you then, moron. I love you. Thank you for listening and watching. Do you think the Golden State Warriors have done enough for Steph Curry here in the twilight of his career? And really, and I understand they won a title in 22 because of him, have they done enough since they lost to the Raptors in the 19 NBA Finals? Have they? And be honest, have they? They've been doing this like Marvel Universe, like 2 timeline sort of deal. Like there's today and then there's like the multiverse. Like with Kang and Doctor Doom and Jonathan Kuminga and James Wiseman. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It hasn't worked. This offseason, by all reports, I'm not involved in these conversations. I just go by what I like. Bill Simmons on The Ringer is really plugged in. He talked about it over the weekend, that the Warriors didn't make a good enough offer for Jaylen Brown. And think about it, right? They wanted LeBron. What pushed LeBron to go to Philadelphia was the thing that got him over the line there, Jaylen Brown. What happens if the Warriors trade for Jaylen Brown? Does LeBron go there? Probably yes, right? What's the % chance the Golden State Warriors win the NBA title this season? And if you took that % chance and multiplied it by 1 million, what would it be? The answer, 0. 0. What's the chance they win it next year? Take the chance. Multiply it by 1 million. Shine it up real nice. Turn that son of a bitch sideways and stick it straight up you know where. 0. 0. Why should 38-year-old Steph Curry languish for the final couple years of his career? Languish as the 9 seed in the West, or maybe they're the 6 seed and get bounced in the first round. Why should that be what happened? Loyalty? Why? Just because he's been there his whole career? Really? You think this is not Milwaukee? Giannis won 1 title in Milwaukee. You think the Bay Area will ever dislike Steph Curry? MVPs, 4 championships? Stop. Come on. He resuscitated that. That franchise was not dead, but it was on life support before Curry brought them out of it, out of the abyss. Why should he finish his career in Golden State? Other than loyalty. Why should he?
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We're going to get to your phone calls here in 30 seconds. The phone number to join is 310-840-4910. You could call, you can text 310-840-4910. And then coming up in about 5 minutes from now, we will get into our three-point stance on the Houston Texans after we had the great, the legendary John McClain on with us last segment, talking all things Texans going into a really, really big, a Texas-sized 2026 season, not only for C.J. Stroud, but for the Houston Texans, who lost their throne in the AFC South a year ago. Did make the playoffs, but man, the lasting images of that season, the 4 picks, the brutal beatdown at the hands of the New England Patriots in the postseason a year ago. 310-840-4910. This is a bit off topic here, Brad, but it's about your Chicago Bears. And so I figured we would give this caller a spin. Let's go to Andreas, who's in Chicago, next up on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Andreas?
Good. A big fan. First time calling in the nighttime show. I used to listen to you in the mornings always before you made the switch. But congrats on the promotion.
We appreciate you, brother. Thanks.
Yeah, I live in Chicago. I'm from Dallas, and I got into a little tug-of-war wars with some of the Chicago people here on the score, stating that I think the Cowboys have a better schedule than the Bears this year. My reasons are Cowboys' offense has come back intact. The defense, I think, is tremendously improved under Christian Parker with Caleb Downs leading the charge. And the Bears, I am a little worried about, one, how is Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams are going to adjust to second-year defenses of them. 2, how is Chicago front seven going to look? And 3, if they play the same way they played last year, I feel like they can lose a lot more games. They had a lot of lucky wins go their way, playing from behind, being able to scrap out victories.
So you think that your topic, or at least the topic that our guy Lee in our Westwood One Studios put for you, Andreas, is you think the Cowboys will have a better record than the Bears. I just want to get that on the record. You think that's true, right?
Yes.
Okay. Andreas, we appreciate the call. Brad, I will delegate to you here as the Bears fan. Your thoughts. Andreas thinks the Cowboys will be better than your Chicago Bears.
I think it's a bit of a coin flip, but if there's a slight advantage, I think he's spot on, quite frankly. Softer division overall. I mean, your Giants are going to be much improved. Philadelphia is going to be Philadelphia. They're probably going to be a front runner neck and neck with them Cowboys, and Washington's going to be the dregs of the cake. But this defense significantly improved because of the gift that they got in the NFL draft with Caleb Downs, some of the other investments they made. Are they going to even be a top half defensive unit? Probably not, but will they be top 20? Yeah, I get on board with that. And they are ultra elite offensively. Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Javonte Williams, Jake Ferguson. They can pile up the points. The Bears have got a very difficult schedule, and that division is going to be ultra competitive. So it wouldn't shock me if Dallas won 11 games and Chicago won 10, or 10 for the Cowboys and 9 for my Bears. Yeah, I think he's on to something. I think Dallas will best Chicago in overall standing, but will it matter in the playoffs? I say no.
Yeah, look, I mean, we just did your Chicago Bears yesterday on the show, and I have them going under their win total. I think they're going to go 8-9 or 9-8. Honestly, I think the Cowboys are probably the same exact record, and I know that the defense made additions, right? It's a full year of Quinnen Williams now. They added Otito Ogbonnia to help out up front. You know how much I loved Caleb Downs, and I wanted Caleb Downs as a New York Giant, and now he's on the secondary for the Dallas Cowboys. They also picked up Kobe Durant in the offseason, and they got a lot of guys that were not healthy to start the year last year that are healthy. I still feel like everything went perfect for the Cowboys offense last year. And again, they were throwing the ball all over the field. They averaged nearly 400 yards per game on offense because their defense was so bad. And maybe they would have been a bit more of a run-first team if not. But I'm not so sure that George Pickens has as great of a season as he did last year. Dak Prescott, who I feel like is underrated, even though I don't have him in my top 10. Again, Dak Prescott, it feels like every 2 years, every 3 years, he has an injury. He's got a season-ending injury. I don't know if he's as durable now, especially in his year 32 season. Like, if things go really well and according to plan for the offense, then yeah, the defense simply can't be worse than it was last year. They'll probably win 9 or 10 games, and they'll probably get that wild card spot. But something tells me this Cowboys offense ain't going to click and fire on all cylinders like it did last year. So honestly, I think the Cowboys and Bears are both either an 8-win team or a 9-win team. So I will go ahead and take the sandwich right there between you and Andreas. He thinks the Cowboys will be better. You think it's 50-50. I think, I probably agree with you then, I guess. I think they're going to have the same exact record as the Chicago Bears.
All right. Well, then game on, my friend. Hopefully the Bears will actually show up and show out and prove us all wrong and absolutely blitz the competition.
310-840-4910. All right, let's get into our three-point stance here for the Houston Texans. Following up our last segment where we talked to John McClain and asked him all the pressing questions about the Texans offense, the receivers, the running back, the split between Montgomery and Woody Marks. This year coming up for C.J. Stroud. Let's get to our three-point stance here. Player that gives you the best or most fantasy value, then our favorite player prop play for the season, and then finally over under their team wins, which is 9.5 this year for the Texans, juiced to the over with our friends at BetMGM. But Brad, who gives you the best fantasy value on this Texans offense?
Oh, it's my guy. Hashtag mandatory Montgomery. Jackals. RB22 with the ADP. Average draft position right now, 51.99 overall. Seal the deal as a back-end RB2 in 12-team drafts. I think he's going to finish at a minimum inside the top probably 18 to 17 running backs in fantasy football. Yes, he's got a shoddy and questionable offensive line. But he is going to be the goal line hog in this offense. Definite capability of scoring 8-9 touchdowns in H-Town this season. He was number 19 last season with Detroit. 80 yards after contact per attempt. It was also top 30 yards created per touch. Hell, he averaged 5 yards per touch last season. Only had 35.3% of the opportunity share. Splitting that load with Jahmyr Gibbs. He's going to be on the heavy side of a split. I think at a minimum it's going to be 65-35, maybe 70-30, with the separation from Woody Marks. You look at the strength of schedule, middle of the pack. And again, I worry about the trench play of Houston, but he's going to score a lot of touchdowns and go for at least 1,200 combined yards. Mandatory Montgomery, folks, is somebody you got to highlight on your cheat sheet and focus on trying to grab him in the middle rounds of your fantasy draft.
Yeah, I love me some David Montgomery. I've got something on him in just a bit, but in terms of fantasy value, Brad, I'm going to go to Dalton Schultz, who is tight end number 23. To start this season, coming into this year, average draft position of 180.31. If you're in a 12-team league, that means you can get Dalton Schultz in round 15. Most of you only have 16 or 17 rounds for your fantasy draft. So, again, I think Dalton Schultz, who is the clear-cut starting tight end for the Texans, there's going to be some of the sexier tight end choices going in round 3, round 5, round 6. Honestly, you want to spend all your coin on receivers and running backs, I think you could wait till round 15 and slot Dalton Schultz in as your starting tight end because he is not going anywhere. We just talked to John McClain. Look, and he said, who the hell is going to be the backup? Who's going to be the backup tight end? Foster Moreau can't catch. He goes, Brevin Jordan, he can't catch. Cade Stover, he can't catch. And, these are guys that have been in battle with injuries. Last year, Dalton Schultz, 82 catches for 777 yards and 3 touchdowns. That's the one downside. He's not that big of a red zone threat, but he has only missed 2 games in his 3 years combined as a Texan. So he's durable. He's given you about 5 catches a game, right? 17, 34, 68. 80. Yeah, he's giving you about 5 catches a game, and he's given you about, on average last year, 45 yards per game. That's a solid 10 points out of your tight end every single Sunday. every single week. If he gives you 6 touchdowns this year, it's gravy. But again, I don't think there's anybody that's taking his spot. So unless he gets hurt, you can guarantee. And I don't like to use I don't like to use that word, Brad. I know you don't either. But I'm pretty if he doesn't get hurt, who's taking Dalton Schultz's spot? He's reliable third down pass catcher. He's going to be on the field a ton. So I think Dalton Schultz, just for the volume, just consistent volume. It's not a sexy pick. It's not a sexy play, but he's going to be on the field every single Sunday. I like Dalton Schultz to give you good value at tight end 23. All right, favorite player prop play for the season for the Houston Texans. For you, Brad, that would be what?
Oh, almost saying hello to my little friend, but hold off because I saw that C.J. Stroud, shuffle into training camp today, and I was like, I can't break out the sledgehammer on it, although I kind of want to, but I'm going to take the over almost emphatically on Jaden Higgins, 575.5 receiving yards at minus 115 juice. Again, we had the legend himself, John McClain, on earlier, and he liked the over on this, and I do too. I think there is some breakout appeal for Higgins in year numero dos, a long, lanky receiver. Last season, 17 games played, only 41 grabs, and only went for 525 yards, but had the 6 touchdowns. He averaged just 4 targets per game. I think he's got to average close to 6 targets per game this season, and a player, too, that should, improve down the field. He was only number 69 in YAC, number 51 in air yards, but he's got the tools to succeed and to really move his overall game forward. Mike Lade, ESPN's got a projected for 55 catches, 687 yards, but he's got the 4th easiest fantasy wide receiver strength of schedule. Again, borderline breakout year for Jaden Higgins. Give me the over 575.5 receiving yards at minus 115.
Alrighty, I'm going. You mentioned David Montgomery. I love me some David Montgomery this year. I'm going over on his rushing yards, which at our friends at BetMGM, it is 824.5. Again, with our guy John McClain's insight, the Texans, they love veteran running backs. I don't believe, we said buying or BS. I don't believe that Woody Marks is going to push for a lot of touches or 50-50 touches with David Montgomery. This is a guy that has been the backup for Jahmyr Gibbs in the last 2 seasons for Detroit, and he was still running for over 700 yards a season and racked up 20 total rushing touchdowns the last 2 years combined. Now he's the number 1 back, and this is a guy that's as durable as they come. He's barely missed any games over the last couple of years. So David Montgomery now back in the driver's seat as the number 1 running back. As Jahmyr Gibbs' backup, only getting 10 to 12 carries a game, he was getting over 700 yards. I will gladly take the over on 824.5 rushing yards this season for David Montgomery. Brad, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll debate over under 9.5 wins for the Texans. Will they once again be a playoff team? And also, we'll get your Kings Classic recap as you were in Canton, Ohio over the weekend. 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Here's my beef with the 2026 Cincinnati Bengals. I think the head coach sucks. I'm not a Zach Taylor guy. I never have been. I don't think he's a good head coach. And I think the defensive coordinator is also terrible in Al Golden. And I don't know what the thought process is. First off, of getting rid of Lou Anarumo in the first place. But then you replace him with Al Golden. The defense is even worse, and then you bring Al Golden back for a second year. Why would we expect, and I understand that there's some more talent here, but we are looking at right now, I can be wrong, but we are looking at what I would consider to be. I know they went to the Super Bowl. They almost won the Super Bowl with Zach Taylor. I understand that. I get it. Do you think he's a good head coach? The offensive coach, I don't think is very good in Zach Taylor, and the defensive coach, I don't think is any good in Al Golden. Awesome. You think, like, really, we haven't seen Jesse Minter coach a game yet. Who would you take as your head coach, Jesse Minter or Zach Taylor? Who would you guess? We haven't seen Declan Doyle call plays in the NFL. Who would you guess is a better coordinator and better play caller at his side of the ball this year? Declan Doyle, who we've never seen call a game, or Al Golden? If you had to bet on one of them, who would you bet on? So look, like, I get why people could be seduced by them. There's a fantasy football component of this. I don't mean that as an insult. I love fantasy football as much or more than anybody. But we get seduced by Burrow and Chase and Higgins and this offense and the promise of what some of these defensive free agents bring in. But we forget that the guys that are actually in charge are nincompoops. That they're not very good. I don't think they're better than the Ravens. I don't even know if they're better than Pittsburgh. And I don't love the Steelers this year. Here are teams that I will take over Buffalo right now in the AFC. Or take over Cincinnati right now. Buffalo's going to be the first one. The teams that I will take over Cincinnati right now in the AFC. Buffalo, New England, Baltimore, Houston, Jacksonville, Kansas City, Denver, and the Chargers. And I'd consider the Steelers. I think the Bengals will be on the outside looking in at the playoffs yet again. But really what this comes down to, for me, with the Kansas City Chiefs, plus 750 to win the AFC, yes, minus 210 to make the playoffs, win total of basically about 10. Why I like the Chiefs, and insert laugh here because I loved the Chiefs last year, my Super Bowl prediction, and they didn't even make the playoffs. The quarterback. Here's number 15. The Dragon in red. And it's possible that a couple hours from now, we'll have video of Patrick Mahomes practicing for Kansas City. That's possible. After tearing his ACL in December. I'll leave you with this to end the hour. If you think about the great quarterbacks in the history of the National Football League, whether they've won a ton of Super Bowls, Mahomes already has 3, or not. The Bradys, Peyton Manning, Dan Marino, Joe Montana, you can go down the list. They almost never have a losing season. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Now, it can, but it usually doesn't. History bears that out. What I believe to be likely is we will, 10 years from now, look back on the 2025 season, and I'm a Giants fan, right? I'm not a Chiefs fan saying this. We will look back on the 2025 Kansas City Chiefs season as the ultimate anomaly. Remember when that happened? How weird was that? Can you believe that actually happened given what happened afterwards? I'd be stunned if it happened again. Here's the bottom line. Scouts and executives and coaches and networks and talking heads can say whatever they want. The best quarterback in the National Football League is still Patrick Mahomes. And I believe the Kansas City Chiefs.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood on Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Panthers fans, Bengals fans, Bears and Browns fans, get ready because next hour, Brad and I are going to ask, and together we will try to answer our most burning training camp questions for those 4 teams. The C's, Carolina, Cincinnati, Chicago, Cleveland. That's coming up at the top of the hour and next hour, so stay tuned because we get some juicy news coming out of all 4 of those training camps in those cities. But Brad, before we get to your Kings Classic recap, let's finish our 3-point stance here on the Texans. And I'll give you mine really quickly here. Over under 9.5 team wins. It's minus 125 for the over at BetMGM. As much as I have been very vocally critical of CJ Stroud over the last 2 seasons and how much he has regressed, and I have been not shy of saying it, like the movie Too Big to Fail, that's the Houston Texans defense. CJ Stroud could be the same quarterback he was last year. He could be mediocre. And I still think the Texans are going to win 10 games solely because this defense, I know John McClain was telling all the 30-year-olds, I'm a 30-year-old, so he was probably speaking quite indirectly to me. Pump the brakes there, 30-year-old. People saying that this might be the best Texans defense in franchise history. Well, I'm starting to think that might be true. I think they're going to be incredible. I think they are going to be downright dominant, just like they were last year. I think this is the number 1 defense in football. And unless the offense it plays to the level of a team in the Mountain West, in the bottom of the Mountain West, the Houston Texans are going to be a playoff team because of the defense. Over 9.5 wins for me. I'm not thinking twice about it.
Yeah, I concur with you. I'm going to take the over as well. Strength of schedule, middle of the pack, 18th hardest right now in the NFL. They have a 51% or greater win probability, according to ESPN's Mike Clay, in a dozen games. I know there's offensive question marks. The offensive line is always a giant question mark, but that D, as you mentioned, is in the conversation of possibly the best unit in the National Football League. I think weeks 1 through 4 are going to be critical for us at the over. They open with Buffalo, Cincinnati, at Indianapolis, and Dallas. Go 2-2 in those games, and I think it's going to be coasting to the 10 wins needed. I will also take the over.
Very good. All right, Brad and I both on the Texans being a playoff team, or at the bare minimum winning 10 games this year. Are you looking for bigger potential payouts? Use your BetMGM Any Sport Parlay Boost token to increase the odds on an eligible parlay and take your wager to the next level. Here's how it works. Opt into the promotion on your BetMGM app. Claim your Parlay Boost token. Apply it to an eligible parlay wager across supported sports, and if your boosted parlay wins, you'll receive an enhanced payout. Build it. Boost it. BetMGM it. All right, Brad, give us another recap here of the Kings Classic. You were in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Well, you were in Canton, Ohio at the Pro Football Hall of Fame for one of the biggest fantasy football events of the year, and this was your auction draft, right? $200 cap. So give us the results. How did it go?
Quarterbacks, only $6 in total. Caleb Williams for 4, Matthew Stafford for 2, running backs, Jeremiah Love for $32, Josh Jacobs for just 25, Rashad White for 11, Tajay Spears for 3. Got to start 3 flexes in this draft, in this league, so keep that in mind. Wide receivers, Malik Neighbors for 26, discount. Luther Burden for 24, Marvin Harrison for 20, Jacoby Myers 13, Matthew Golden, breakout candidate 11, another breakout rookie, and DeJon Stripling of San Francisco at 4, Debo Samuel at 2, my tight ends, Colson Lovell at 19, Gunnar Helmet 2, Jawan Johnson at 2. Yes, I have a bear stack. Yes, my bias might be bleeding through, but honestly, admittedly, the best buy I had in that draft was Josh Jacobs. Yes, a Green Bay Packer at $25. I don't think he's going to be suspended, and I think he is going to be a back-end RB1 in a 12-team league. And by the way, this is a 14-team league. So that I thought was a steal of a deal, my man. And the Cubs up 1-0, even better.
But the draft software grade gave you a D+. I mean, I'm looking all up and down these prices you paid. I feel like this is pretty damn solid. This is pretty darn solid. $2 for Matthew Stafford, by the way. That might be the steal of the draft. Nobody likes quarterbacks, but come on, the reigning MVP for $2. All right, coming up next, the burning camp questions for the Panthers and the Bengals. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
I think they're going to be awesome. Drake May was almost won MVP of the league. He almost, there's no way you could convince me. I don't know how many people are saying this, but Drake May does not stink. Drake May is not overrated. Drake May is on the cusp of absolute mega and superstardom. Mega and superstardom. Stud young quarterback. An offensive line that I expect to be better, and I love the signing of Elijah Vera-Tucker, the former Jet. Obviously, the questions surrounding him are about health, and they are well-founded questions, and maybe he can't stay healthy, which he's pretty much been unable to do in his time since being made a first-round pick by the Jets. Man, if he stays healthy, this line going to kick ass. Has the potential to be really good, especially if Will Campbell can figure it out and cannot be a turnstile at left tackle. This line has a chance to be really good. A.J. Brown, Romeo Doubs. Like an embarrassment of riches at receiver. Like Kayshon Boutte almost got traded 15 times this offseason. All he does is make big plays down the field. Read the training camp reports. I do, because I love this stuff. He's been great at camp. Mike Vrabel can't stop praising Kayshon Boutte. Involved in all these trade rumors, never lets it get to him. That's good stuff from Kayshon. Boutte, rocking everywhere. Shout out to Bubba Sparks. Love the coaching staff. Yes, the schedule's harder. It is. Undeniably, a lot harder. But the team's also better. No Pedialyte, no Gatorade, no IV, no Tylenol, no Advil. Really, the only thing the Patriots need is no New York Post and no TMZ. As of right now, my AFC East champion, the New England Patriots. Here's Nico Collins, one of the best receivers in the league. Year 2 of the Iowa State boys, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. I think Higgins can be a stud this year for the Houston Texans. And there's a guy, you'll remember his name. We haven't talked about him in a long time. Because at the end of 2 NFL seasons ago, the 24 NFL season, his leg exploded. ACL. LCL, MCL, BCL, ZCL. If there's a CL in the knee, Tank Dell tore it. Plus, fractured patella. Is it patella in the leg? Femur, leg, whatever. Everything that could go wrong with the leg went wrong for Tank Dell. Missed all of last year. All of them. Do you remember how good he was when he played? Now, maybe he won't be what he was prior to the injury, but if he's even is he 80% of what he was? 85%? Do you understand what a big deal that is for this offense? And they can run the ball a little bit now, and the line's better? If CJ Stroud can give you anything more than he gave you last year, and the bar is low, why can't this team go to the Super Bowl? I said it. Why can't the Houston Texans go to the Super Bowl this year? The Houston Texans will win the AFC South. And as of this moment right now, this is pencil, not pen. It's July 28th. I reserve the right to change my mind. As it stands right now, I will have the Houston Texans playing on Championship Sunday. And perhaps on Super Bowl Sunday.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey! Welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3. Our numero trace of this Tuesday night program kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Talking text line to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text, 310-840-4910. Great show so far. Opened up talking about the news. That wasn't news. That was news. Baker Mayfield, no contract extension. He's been talking for weeks that he is not going to talk contract extension once training camp begins. Buccaneers veterans reported today. We'll see if we get some public comments from Baker Mayfield tomorrow. But it seems all signs pointing to Baker playing this final year of his contract and then becoming an unrestricted free agent in 2027. Do you think that's a mistake for Tampa Bay? Jalen Carter, he got paid. He got a big record-setting $160 million deal over 4 years from the Eagles, highest paid D tackle in NFL history. We talked a lot of Houston Texans last hour, talked to our guy John McClain. You can catch up on that interview in case you missed it on the Odyssey app, or you can download the BetMGM Tonight podcast. He's a Hall of Famer for a reason. Gave us tremendous insight, gave us a lot of great details on what's going on as the Texans start training camp and what are some of their offensive players you should be keeping a close eye on. So now that we start hour number 3 here, Brad, we had 26 teams, or now we've got 26 teams fully reported to training camp. We'll have the other 6 fully reported in the next 48 hours, and everybody will be in camp come Thursday. It's going to be electric. It's going to be incredible. And so we will continue on here. Burning camp questions, as you are have titled it here, my friend, my compadre. And we're going in alphabetical order. So that brings us, after we did a couple of teams yesterday, that brings us to the Carolina Panthers, coming off their NFC South crown despite the 8-9 record. Brad, what is your number 1 most burning camp question for the Carolina Panthers?
He may be diminutive in size, but it certainly looms large for this organization. Will Bryce Young continue to make strides and perform at a top half, and I mean top half among all NFL franchises, quarterback level? I mean, that's the $64,000 question for everybody that loves everything about the Carolina Panthers there in Charlotte and across the country. I think Bryce Young can be a top half quarterback. I think he can take that next step overall. A guy like Jalen Coker is going to have to break out for him this year. Tedero McMillan, and he is going to take another step forward in his overall maturation. I like the ground attack that they possess as well. Jonathan Brooks got a lot of buzz in training camp. He could be a breakout candidate working in concert with Chuba Hubbard and as well. This team, has got some decent weaponry overall. You look at Bryce Young, he was number 10 last season, according to Pro Football Focus, and adjusted completion percentage. Yes, he was top 10, believe it or not, in that category. He was number 8 among all eligible NFL quarterbacks in deep ball completion percentage. He was number 15, respectable, and red zone completion percentage as well. His completion percentage, in fact, has increased in all 3 years in the league, topping out last year at 63.6% overall. He had 23 passing touchdowns as well last season. That was a career high at 11 in year 1, 15 in year 2. He's just got to continue to improve, continue to climb, continue to stack the stats, and I think he can do that. I think we're all grossly underestimating and underrating the growth and development we're witnessing in real time of Bryce Young. And I think he's a guy that may throw 25 or more passing touchdowns. And I'm saying that stone sober, America, this season. So definitely, give credit where credit is due. Bryce Young is getting better, and the best is yet to come.
I completely agree. I never thought I'd find myself saying these words about Bryce Young, but I trust Bryce Young. I think I picked the Panthers to win the NFC South last year. That was my big surprise. It paid off. Although again, 8-9 winning the NFC South, shocker if you've ever heard that before. I'm picking them again. We've talked about so far during this show, Brad, why I'm out, why we're both kind of out on the Buccaneers this year. I won't speak for you. I'll speak for myself. I'm out on the Buccaneers. I don't think they're a playoff team. I'm not ready to buy into the big leap forward this year for the Saints. I think the Falcons are probably the second best team in that division, but that is based upon my opinion that Michael Penix is a really good quarterback with a lot of untapped potential. If they start Tua, then I feel even more confident that the Panthers are going to win this division because Bryce Young, because he's taken big steps forward. And again, we had a couple games last year. He only throws for 150 yards, 180 yards, 160 yards. And it's like, how are the Panthers winning games? You mentioned the great running game with Chuba Hubbard. Ted McMillan, the reigning NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year, the great season that he had last year. Jalen Coker coming on strong at the end of the season, but let's not get it twisted. It was Bryce Young's heroics in a lot of fourth quarters this year that ended up getting the job done. I mean, I'll never forget the game. He had 450 yards and 3 touchdowns against Atlanta. So my question is basically the same as yours. Does Bryce Young finally and unequivocally earn the trust as the franchise quarterback? I tend to think that he will. He's also got a little extra something to play for this year, Brad, because unless we get a contract extension here in the next couple of weeks, we know the Panthers picked up his 5th-year option, so that's guaranteed for 2027. But if Bryce Young improves upon last year, and even whether or not the Panthers make the playoffs, they could go 8-9 because their defense takes a step back, and Bryce Young, as you mentioned, maybe throws for 3,500 yards and 25 touchdowns. If Bryce Young takes a step forward this season, he's going to get paid. He is getting paid in the offseason, and he's going to get $50 million a year. And that sounds crazy. And my God, does that sound on the premise and on the surface maybe a bit undeserved? But it's you mentioned it. A lot of people, I think, unilaterally as football fans, have continued to underrate him and underestimate him. I wasn't underestimating him last year. And I thought the Panthers winning that division was due to a lot of things. I have a lot of respect for Dave Canales. I think he's a hell of a head coach. But I think Bryce Young takes another step forward this year. So, yeah, does he finally, like I said, unequivocally, without a doubt, he doesn't have to throw for 4,000 yards. He doesn't have to be an MVP candidate. But he's got to, I think, once and for all prove to the rest of the doubters, I'm the franchise quarterback, and I'm getting my money.
Yeah, that's exactly right, man. I mean, he's got to get credit where credit is due. You got to look at the statistical evidence and the track record that we've seen here the last 3 years. Like, he's steadily improving, folks, and he just does not garner any headlines, does not get any love in general from not only just casual NFL fans, but, the fantasy football community, sports bettors that are out there. Oh, they're like, yeah, they've already written Bryce Young off because he didn't make that cannonball splash in year 1. Remember, he got benched for a short time, and people were like, oh, man, he's going to be a colossal bust. He's going down the road being a pint-sized version of like Jamarcus Russell or Ryan Leaf type, right? Guy's never going to deliver on that top-pick hype, but he started doing right now. And again, the guy that I think is going to be the key to success this season is Jalen Coker. They're going to really rely on him to be that complementary weapon at Ted McMillan, who is going to be the surefire WR1. But Coker's already get a lot of buzz. He had some really nice games, a handful of them last season. A big body of his, so he's a large target with soft and reliable hands. Excellent route runner, can work out the slot, can work outside. If he can deliver on the hype, and a guy you're getting still the wee hours of your fantasy football draft right now, that is going to unlock, I think, the true full potential of Bryce Young. So it's not bad bleeping crazy, folks. I'm telling you, 25 passing touchdowns for him, entirely reachable. And he throw in the fact, too, the defense is going to be kind of a middle-of-the-road unit. They will be playing from behind in some of the games that they're in. That will only increase the likelihood that he's going to toss 25 passing touchdowns because he could clean up in garbage time.
That's right. All right, let's move on to the Cincinnati Bengals. By the way, you want to weigh in on Bryce Young and the Panthers this year? 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text. Let's move on, though, to the Cincinnati Bengals. Another brutal season last year for the Bengals. 6-11 finish. Joe Burrow, another major injury that forced him to miss a chunk of the season with the turf toe injury. It was Jake Browning for a couple of weeks. Then they bring in Joe Flacco. The defense, god-awful. Burrow comes back and plays the final 6 games, but it was not enough. It did not matter. They've got one of the easiest schedules in all of football this year. But just like many years, and feels like every year, the Steelers are in the mix. The Ravens are once again favored to win the AFC North. Are the Bengals finally going to snap this drought of not being a playoff team? We'll find out. But, Brad, your most burning training camp question for the Cincinnati Bengals would be what?
I think you're going to address the defense. That's really high on my list as well. But this offensive line has got to improve. Like the Houston Texans, every single year there's a reasonable doubt that they're going to perform even at an adequate level. So they got to really rise to the occasion. They got to protect the very expensive asset and the wonderful long flowing flocks of one Joe Flacco. I'm so envious. So jealous of the lettuce that he has adorning his dome. But this Bengals, front line has been horrific. They've been terribly woeful the last, it seems like 3 or 4 years running. I look at Burrow last season. He was only number 18 in pocket protection rate among qualifying NFL quarterbacks. Though he delivered when he was under pressure. He was number 3 in under pressure completion percentage, according to playerprofiler.com. But you look at PFF. The Cincinnati was number 26 in pass blocking efficiency. They're outside the top 25 in run blocking efficiency as well. My boy still got down, and that being Chase Brown, the former ILL standout. I think he's going to be able to deliver the goods regardless, because they didn't leave the field, and the guys got very soft and adept hands out of the backfield. But, man, that offensive line has got to at least be average for this Cincinnati team to really fire on all cylinders offensively, whether in the ground game with Chase Brown, but most importantly, protecting the most expensive asset on this team, and that being Joe Burrow. Is got to have time to throw those frozen ropes at T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, Mike Gesicki, and others. So the O-line, to me, the biggest question mark in Cincinnati, and I have no earthly idea how they're going to perform this year.
Yeah, look, I'm trending towards making this my official prediction here, Brad, for 2026, and at the expense of sounding like an utter fool. I haven't picked them the last 2 years. I said they got to show me before I see it. So I don't know, and I don't blame anybody for maybe being the fool that thought the Bengals last year were going to win the division, or 2 years ago thinking the Bengals were going to win the division. And again, I'm not there yet. I want to see how the first couple of weeks of training camp play out, but Brad, I'm getting close to saying that the Bengals are going to win 12 games this year and win the AFC North. I'm close. I'm close. We know how my most burning training camp question, though, because that's going to hinge. And again, Joe Burrow has suffered a significant injury in 3 of the 6 years he's been in the NFL. The turf toe, the tendon, the torn tendon. In his rookie season, it was the torn ACL, the torn tendon in his wrist a couple of years ago. All different parts of the body. At a certain point, should we maybe expect that to continue for Joe Burrow's career? I don't know. I hope not, because he's freaking electric. He's elite. He's a top 5 quarterback when he is able to be on the field. I mean, this guy that put up nearly 5,000 yards and over 40 touchdowns 2 years ago. And he's still got the same weapons. You mentioned Chase Brown. He's got Jamar Chase. He's got T. Higgins. He's got Gesicki. And sometimes it doesn't even matter if half those guys are on the field. Joe Burrow still makes it happen. I think he's elite.
Yep.
Can he stay healthy? I sure hope so. For me, it's the defense. My most burning training camp question is, does this Bengals defense show a pulse in camp and play with some attitude? We're going to see how it shakes out in September. But for training camp, because there's not a whole lot of projected disruptions. There's not a whole lot of big contract negotiations or hold-ins or holdouts going on. The only real player, the only real absence is B.J. Hill, on the PUP list. Like, for the most part, this is a pretty distraction-free training camp for the Cincinnati Bengals. I remember last year after all the slow starts, we're like, all right, how are the Bengals going to handle the preseason? Are they going to finally play some starters? And they did. I expect that approach to continue. I don't think they're going to go back to laissez-faire. Oh, we're not going to play anybody. And then, you know what, week one, we'll just hit the ground running. They can't afford to do that. They got off to a pretty good start last year, and then Burrow got hurt. So for me, it's the defense. And in training camp, I want to see some guys, and I'm not talking about over-the-top stuff or anybody's getting hurt. I want to see some violence. I want to see some fights. I want to see Bengals defenders take some real freaking pride in how much of a pathetic slop of a unit they've been the last couple of years and really show people, hey, we're not going to be a laughingstock dumpster fire of a defensive unit like they were the last couple of years, where they are nearly dead last in yards allowed per game, nearly dead last in points allowed per game. I like the offseason moves that this front office made, and I haven't given them a whole lot of credit over the last couple of years because they haven't deserved it. But trading for Dexter Lawrence and then signing him to an extension, bringing in Boye Mafe from Seattle, $20 million per year, bringing in Jonathan Allen, bringing in Brian Cook to shore up that secondary from the Kansas City Chiefs. They get Kyle Duggar on a cheap little one-year deal. They draft Cassius Howell, the edge rusher from Texas A&M. There is no way this defense can be as bad as they've been the last 2 years. There's no way. There is no way. So I want to see the defense play with some freaking attitude and play with some pride in training camp. And if I do see that in the first couple of weeks, Brad, I might break out. I might ask for that sledgehammer and take the Bengals to win the AFC North. I just might.
Oh, you dirty little dog. Well, you know what? And I think it's completely warranted. And I think you're on to something, man. I think Dexter Lawrence is going to be the key to all of it. He's going to lock the potential of this unit. They made other investments on the back end. I mean, they have been roasted. They have been toasted repeatedly the last couple of years defensively. Like, when I was looking at the player props market every single week, I'd be like, all right, who's playing Cincinnati? Just give me the over. I don't care what the damn number is. I'm taking the over and over again. And I was always trying to find fantasy players that I can insert in my lineup. I don't care if it's like a WR3 or a backup running back. They're going to eat against that Bengals unit because they couldn't wrap up a toddler. They couldn't tackle anybody. They were that miserable and woeful. But those days are long gone. They should be a top half unit at a bare minimum. Hell, man, they could be in the conversation of being like maybe the 10th best, maybe the 9th best defense in the NFL. If they can deliver on that expectation with that offense, as long as the key components stay healthy, you're right. They could win the division. Hell, man, maybe we should take another step further. Let's not get too crazy, but could they possibly win the AFC? If the defense is that good, I think they would very much be in the conversation to do exactly that. And that, folks, ain't crazy talk.
It's really not. It's really not. But man, it feels like they've been alternating. Defense, terrible defense, Burrow hurt. Terrible defense, Burrow hurt for the last couple of years here. So it feels like you're asking for a lot for those two things to trend in the other direction here. But yeah, if they do, I mean, we've seen Joe Burrow in the Super Bowl. We've seen Joe Burrow go into Arrowhead and beat Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs, something that basically nobody else has done in the postseason in the last decade. Joe Burrow and the Bengals know how to do it. 310-840-4910. We'll take a quick break. Your calls, your texts on the Cincinnati Bengals, what your expectations are this season for 2026, the Carolina Panthers. And when we come back, we'll hit on another couple of C cities, the Chicago Bears and the Cleveland Browns. The most burning training camp questions for those two teams when we come back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Steph Curry needs to demand a trade from the Golden State Warriors. He should ask out yesterday from Golden State. Now, I don't think he will, I do think whether it means something to me or not is immaterial. He's his own man. He's his own person. He can do what he wants, right? All accounts say that Steph Curry wants to play his entire career with one team. Start and finish his career with the Golden State Warriors. And I guess there's like something admirable about that. I don't think there is. And you can say, well, you're not loyal. Okay, here's my question for you then, moron. I love you. Thank you for listening and watching. Do you think the Golden State Warriors have done enough for Steph Curry here in the twilight of his career? And really, and I understand they won a title in 22 because of him, have they done enough since they lost to the Raptors in the 19 NBA Finals? Have they? And be honest, have they? They've been doing this like Marvel Universe, like 2 timeline sort of deal. Like there's today and then there's like the multiverse. Like with Kang and Doctor Doom and Jonathan Kuminga and James Wiseman. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It hasn't worked. This offseason, by all reports, I'm not involved in these conversations. I just go by what I like. Bill Simmons on The Ringer is really plugged in. He talked about it over the weekend, that the Warriors didn't make a good enough offer for Jaylen Brown. And think about it, right? They wanted LeBron. What pushed LeBron to go to Philadelphia was the thing that got him over the line there, Jaylen Brown. What happens if the Warriors trade for Jaylen Brown? Does LeBron go there? Probably yes, right? What's the percent chance the Golden State Warriors win the NBA title this season? And if you took that percent chance and multiplied it by 1,000,000, what would it be? The answer, 0. 0. What's the chance they win it next year? Take the chance. Multiply it by 1,000,000. Shine it up real nice. Turn that son of a bitch sideways and stick it straight up you know where. 0. 0. Why should 38-year-old Steph Curry languish for the final couple years of his career? Languish as the 9 seed in the West, or maybe they're the 6 seed and get bounced in the first round. Why should that be what happened? Loyalty? Why? Just because he's been there his whole career? Really? You think this is not Milwaukee? Giannis won 1 title in Milwaukee. You think the Bay Area will ever dislike Steph Curry? MVPs, 4 championships? Stop. Come on. He resuscitated that. That franchise was not dead, but it was on life support before Curry brought them out of it, out of the abyss. Why should he finish his career in Golden State? Other than loyalty. Why should he?
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Well, I could see you home with me, but you were with another man. Can you hit that high note, Brad?
Yeah, a couple of beverages in. I got a shot.
All right. We'll have to put that to the test very soon. Welcome on back, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. You can also hit us up on Twitter. The show is at BetMGM tonight. Brad is at Noisy Huevos. I'm at Pat Boyle 44. So we will take your interactions any way that you want them. Phone lines, text lines, Twitter. Hit us up. We're talking all things NFL and training camp here. Burning training camp questions last segment for the Carolina Panthers and the Cincinnati Bengals. We move on. Brad, the team that is near and dear to your heart, your Chicago Bears. Coming off the NFC North crown last year, a stunning, jaw-dropping comeback playoff win against the Green Bay Packers, and then another near miracle comeback win against the Rams. They came this close to the NFC Championship game, and now, as Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams are saying, hopefully no more cardiac Bears, we're starting over again. Expectations, is it fair to put playoff or bust here on the Bears this season? We've talked about them already at length. I don't think they're a playoff team. You do. But in terms of your burning training camp question as we get set for the 2026 season, what is it for your Bears?
It's got to be Rome Odunze. Will Rome Odunze bury concerns about his repaired foot's new normal? That's how he described it. He discussed he may not be as explosive as his old self was, and that is a concern. There's no question about it. Coming off that stress fracture in which he missed 5 games last season and had it surgically repaired. So Luther Burden, you're already seeing a lot of the quotes that are going around right now on social media coming out of Bears training camp. Appears that he is going to be the real deal Holyfield and certainly be the front runner, lead this team, not only in targets, but probably receptions, maybe yards. I think he's going to be at least 1,000-yard receiver and probably at least a handful of touchdowns as well. But Burton is more of that dirty work underneath, kind of a jack of all trades, very slippery on some of those short to intermediate routes in the screen game as well. He's not a guy that gets appreciable, chunk gains downfield. That's especially Rome Odunze, working outside the numbers. But if he has indeed lost a step, is he going to be able to get that breathing room, that separation needed to be successful? Last season, a dozen games, Odunze, 90 targets, 44 grabs, 661 yards for 6 touchdowns. He's number 12 in ADOT. That stands for average depth of target. Number 8 in deep ball targets. Again, that's his calling card. Working outside the numbers, try to get those big gains down the field. Only number 39 in total yak, but number 6 in unrealized air yards. That was because Caleb Williams was at times grossly inaccurate. So for me, Rome Odunze has got to be at least probably an 875, 900-yard receiver for this team to deliver on the promise of them being back-to-back playoff representative. I think they will be. I think Caleb Williams will sharpen his arm and accuracy and overall delivery. There are concerns about Odunze, but I got to hope for the best. Regardless, Luther Burden is going to be a dog in this offense, and that 1-2 punch of DeAndre Swift and Kyle Menenge, who we discussed yesterday, they're going to be eaten as well. Colson Loveland, honestly could be the most effective second weapon on this team behind Luther Burden. So, Rome Odunze, man, I just hope you can deliver on your promise, but I do have some question marks.
Yeah, and the fact that he's calling it the new normal. I mean, this is a guy that's not, it's in his mid-20s. I mean,
I know.
That's scary.
It's frightening. Yep.
It is frightening. That's not my biggest concern with the Chicago Bears. And honestly, Brad, I'm not going to make this about Caleb Williams here. For the 2026 season, yes. But for training camp, especially with some big news that we got yesterday, from Tampa Bay. No, not about Baker Mayfield. We talked about it yesterday when it was breaking news. Vita Vea requesting a trade. My burning training camp question for the Chicago Bears now is, are they going to make a trade for Vita Vea? Because I know I don't need to tell you.
Yes.
The Chicago Bears struggled big time getting after the quarterback last year. 22nd in the NFL with 35 sacks. They made up for it by getting 33 takeaways, an NFL best, plus 22 in the turnover differential department. I think you're fooling yourself if you expect that to happen again. They need to improve this pass rush. And Ryan Poles, the GM of this team, spent most of this offseason not doing it, completely ignoring it almost, right? I mean, the Chicago Bears are going to rely on Montez Sweat, who, correct me if I'm wrong, Brad, as of this moment, okay, so they put him on the non-football illness list Tuesday, but the expectation is that he's going to be okay in just a couple of days. I saw the NFL A logo next to his name. I was like, whoa, what is that? Did I miss something with Montez Sweat? But again, relying on Montez Sweat, they brought in Grady Jarrett, bringing Javon Dexter, they had Dio Dingbo, who had a good season 2 years ago with the Colts. He missed most of last year with an injury. When we talk with Mark Carman, there is just not a lot of names that you feel good about when you look at. You're like, oh yeah, this is a scary pass rush. It's not. And I don't think they really did much. I don't think Brian Poles did anything near what he needed to do, let alone didn't even draft a single pass rusher in the draft back in April to improve this pass rush. So now, and I understand Vita Vea is not a pass rusher, but just improving that front line. You get a monster of a man that can just handle the runs between the guards and the tackles nearly by himself. He can take on double teams. He can bat down passes. And yeah, occasionally he can get after the quarterback. That is a gold mine right there in the middle of that defensive line that then takes the pressure off Montez Sweat, takes the pressure off of Dio Dingbo and Austin Booker and all these other guys, and it makes it that much easier for you to have a better pass rush. Vita Vea requested a trade. He's going into the final year of his contract. He wants to get paid. Chicago Bears need somebody like Vita Vea on this defensive line. I really would love to see Ryan Poles be aggressive, pull the trigger, get Vita Vea. Again, he's on an expiring contract. I don't think it's going to cost you more than a third-round pick. That's what I would like to see the Chicago Bears do. Make a play for Vita Vea. Brad, do you think that's realistic? Or do you think that, for your sake, for Bears fans' sakes, this is nothing more than just some hopeful romance?
Pardon me as I unbutton the pants that I'm currently wearing, and I will just go ahead and disrobe because just the mere thought of Vita Vea coming to the Windy City is so incredibly arousing. It's just downright erotic is what it is. The area where the Bears really struggled, obviously you laid out the takeaways. They were opportunistic. That was a definition that we saw last season, but they were vulnerable in the trenches defending the run. Vita Vea doesn't necessarily have to just consume quarterbacks whole. He's got to disrupt pockets no matter what, create chaos and really dirty up those drop back situations. But where he really makes his cash money, and has earned his reputation is just, consuming on running backs and being that trench warrior that he is. He's exactly what the Bears need. Yeah, they got the bookend talent, but the talent up front in the middle, they kind of got that soft underbelly a little bit. They got to tighten that up. Do a couple extra sit-ups in the gym and try to get that six-pack. And my goodness, he would be a chiseled six-pack addition to the Chicago Bears if somehow, some way, Poles could pull that rabbit out of the hat and acquire via trade. If it's only a third-round cost, do it now. I implore you, Ryan Poles, because that could be the missing piece of pushing the Bears over the top and potentially winning that division this season and really making a run in the NFC to the Super Bowl. And what better way to spend early February than getting sun-splashed in Southern California at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles? I will give up all major organs necessary. I might be dead, but I'll at least be in attendance to not really see, because I'll be on cloud 9. My Bears at least compete in a Super Bowl.
Yeah, would you? So you'd have to give up. Let's see. What are the major organs in our body? Heart, brain, and lungs. Well, you can't really give those up.
My liver is not functioning.
Liver and kidneys. So I guess you could. Would you sign to give up one kidney if it means the Bears are in the Super Bowl? No guarantee they win it. Would you sign to give up a kidney if the Bears are in the Super Bowl, Brad?
I'm already an organ donor on my driver's license. So, yeah, I suppose so. Why not? There are a lot of people that need kidneys. I would gladly save a life and watch my Bears, even if they got throttled in a Super Bowl. Just a thought of the Bears reaching the mecca of the NFL is just euphoric, and I would love to see it.
So you'd give up a kidney, even if there's no guarantee, even if they get slammed, even if they play, let's say they play, let's say it's, I don't know if there's any team in the AFC or off the top of your head that you hate, but let's just for all in, what'd you say?
No, there's not an AFC team I hate.
Let's say we were talking about them last segment about, again, if their defense comes together, Burrow stays healthy. Let's say it's the Bengals. And let's say the Bengals beat the Bears 40-3, like you mentioned. You get absolutely destroyed in the Super Bowl. And you would still give up your kidney just for a guarantee that the Bears are in the Super Bowl, even if they lose by 40?
It would have to be extracted from a certifiable medical doctor. I'm not going to go to some shady person at a deep, dark back alley and say, extract my kidney and sell it on the black market. It's got to be done professionally, and it's got to be able to help somebody. I would debate it. I would even sacrifice a testicle because I don't care, and I want to see Chicago in a Super Bowl.
If I'm giving up a major organ, I need to be guaranteed a title. I would have given up a kidney for a Knicks title. Like, thank God I didn't have to. Thank God we didn't come up with this scenario back in April. But I probably would have given up a kidney. I'm also an organ donor. I would have probably given up a kidney for a Knicks title. And you'll give it up just for a Super Bowl appearance and no guarantee that they win. That's bold of you. That's brash.
You know what brash. I am? I'm a giver. I'm a giver, Pat Boyle. That's what I am.
You really are. You really are, and I appreciate it. You really are. All right, let's get to the Cleveland Browns here before we get kinky. The Cleveland Browns. Giver. This feels like a no-doubter. This feels like a no-brainer. Brad, your most burning training camp questions, the Cleveland Browns.
It's obvious. I mean, this is the clear-cut number one question on the board. Given the wide receiver investments made, Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston in the draft, pairing up with Jerry Jeudy, Harold Fannin coming off a banner season, can the Browns showcase competency? Competency is all we're asking, Cleveland. Bring back Bernie Kosar at the quarterback position, whether it's going to be Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders. You just need somebody to be horrifically average. And if you get a horrifically average quarterback, honestly, it's an upgrade of the rubbish that has walked through the doors, that has taken strolls along Lake Erie in Cleveland the last, 15 years, going back to like Tim Couch.
Yeah. I mean, that jersey list with the names grows more and more, longer and longer by the year. And maybe you thought for a little bit it was Baker Mayfield. When you get to a playoff, you win a playoff game with Baker Mayfield. But no, alas, the burning training camp question for me, quarterback battle. Who's quarterback one? Who's the starting quarterback for week one? Is it Deshaun Watson or is it Shedeur Sanders? And that's going to tell us about, I think, the direction that the Browns think that they're going in. That tells us about how desperately Todd Monken wants to win. And we got to see how they play too, right? I mean, it's one thing if I think they want to play it safe and they want to give it to Deshaun Watson. But I mean, if he plays like absolute hot garbage in the preseason games, in the two preseason games that he plays in, you have to go to Shedeur, and vice versa. If Shedeur plays less than stellar and Deshaun Watson is okay, that gives Todd Monken and the Browns that crutch, if you will, to give it to Deshaun Watson and go with the veteran, the more experienced player, even though, Brad, you and I both think Deshaun Watson will be terrible this year. But it's the quarter. That is right. That's up there with the Falcons. And off the top of my head, I can't think of any other team that's got as split right down the middle, probably, of a 50-50 quarterback battle heading into training camp than the Cleveland Browns and the Atlanta Falcons? Is it going to be Deshaun Watson or is it going to be Shedeur Sanders?
I think it's going to be Shedeur Sanders eventually. I think Watson will start the season as the starter, but I think the leash is so short, man. He'll maybe go 3 to 5 games. They could lose maybe, those 3 to 5 games to begin the season. Let me pull up their schedule. I got it right here. I got a laminated full NFL schedule. This is how much of a nerd I am, Pat.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
That I actually go to like FedEx Kinkos, those things. I don't even know if they're called FedEx Kinkos anymore, like the UPS store. I print this out. It's all color coordinated. And I said, I need this laminated like it's 1985. They're like, okay, it takes like 10 minutes to warm up the laminating machine and they make it happen. But this thing is an invaluable resource for me. So Cleveland, this is what their opening schedule is. At Jacksonville, L. At Tampa, L. Carolina at home, coin flip. Pittsburgh at home, probably an L. At the Jets, probably a win. But who knows? Could be a coin flip. I mean, they might win one game to begin the season over the first 5. And anecdotally, just to throw this out there, I was in Canton, Ohio over the weekend. My buddy John Daigle, who writes in the fantasy football community, that fool was rocking number 2, Johnny Manziel, the Cleveland Browns jersey all weekend long. I went to a bar, Jerseys in Canton, Ohio. Daigle shows up in a Johnny Manziel jersey. I'm like, you're going to get your ass kicked. Thankfully, nothing happened to him. But, man, you want to talk about Team Huevos. Somebody rocking a Manziel jersey publicly, the Cleveland Browns edition, not Texas A&M, the Cleveland Browns edition. Yeah, man, that takes massive huevos gigantes.
Is that even no disrespect to him? I'm sure he's a great guy, your buddy Daigle, but is that even a cool thing to do? I mean, Johnny Manziel played in 14 total games.
Yeah, totally.
So he's doing it as a troll. He's trolling.
Oh yeah. No doubt about it. I'm in Canton, Ohio, the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Johnny Manziel, you're going on my back. I mean, he was just trolling, and which I respect.
That is a pretty good troll job. I got to give it to him then. I thought he was actually being serious. Like, I'm gonna rep Johnny Manziel. Why not, Johnny football? If it's a troll, that's pretty good. That's a good one. Because you're like, what the Manziel jersey? Who is this guy? Because then you're probably thinking to yourself, you see a Johnny Manziel Browns jersey, you're thinking that this guy probably knows Johnny Manziel and he's friends with him, or it's somebody that actually thinks that Johnny Manziel is still cool and is still worth putting his name on your back. And you're probably either way, you're probably like, what? Who is this J.O.? Where does this guy get off? And to know that he's trolling is pretty funny. 310-840-4910. Throw Johnny Manziel in the quarterback battle for the Cleveland Browns. Why not? It can't get any worse.
Why not?
310-840-4910. We will get you some baseball scores when we come back because we got a busy Tuesday night, Major League Baseball. We haven't really talked much about it. So we've been hard and heavy on the football. We'll get you a scoreboard update on the biggest events going around on this Tuesday night. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Here's my beef with the 2026 Cincinnati Bengals. I think the head coach sucks. I'm not a Zach Taylor guy. I never have been. I don't think he's a good head coach. And I think the defensive coordinator is also terrible in Al Golden. And I don't know what the thought process is. First off, of getting rid of Lou Anarumo in the first place. But then you replace him with Al Golden. The defense is even worse, and then you bring Al Golden back for a second year. Like, why would we expect, and I understand that there's some more talent here, but we are looking at right now, I can be wrong, But we are looking at what I would consider to be. I know they went to the Super Bowl. They almost won the Super Bowl with Zach Taylor. I understand that. I get it. Do you think he's a good head coach? The offensive coach, I don't think is very good in Zach Taylor. And the defensive coach, I don't think is any good in Al Golden. Awesome. You think, like really, we haven't seen Jesse Minter coach a game yet. Who would you take as your head coach, Jesse Minter or Zach Taylor? Who would you guess? We haven't seen Declan Doyle call plays in the NFL. Who would you guess is a better coordinator and better play caller at his side of the ball this year? Declan Doyle, who we've never seen call a game, or Al Golden? If you had to bet on one of them, who would you bet on? So look, like, I get why people could be seduced by them. There's a fantasy football component of this. I don't mean that as an insult. I love fantasy football as much or more than anybody. But we get seduced by Burrow and Chase and Higgins and this offense and the promise of what some of these defensive free agents bring in. But we forget that the guys that are actually in charge are nincompoops. That they're not very good. I don't think they're better than the Ravens. I don't even know if they're better than Pittsburgh. And I don't love the Steelers this year. Here are teams that I will take over Buffalo right now in the AFC. Or take over Cincinnati right now. Buffalo's going to be the first one. The teams that I will take over Cincinnati right now in the AFC. Buffalo, New England, Baltimore, Houston, Jacksonville, Kansas City, Denver, and the Chargers. And I'd consider the Steelers. I think the Bengals will be on the outside looking in at the playoffs yet again. But really what this comes down to, for me, with the Kansas City Chiefs, plus 750 to win the AFC, yes, minus 210 to make the playoffs, win total of basically about 10. Why I like the Chiefs, and insert laugh here because I loved the Chiefs last year, my Super Bowl prediction, and they didn't even make the playoffs. The quarterback. Here's number 15. The Dragon in red. And it's possible that a couple hours from now, we'll have video of Patrick Mahomes practicing for Kansas City. That's possible. After tearing his ACL in December. I'll leave you with this to end the hour. If you think about the great quarterbacks in the history of the National Football League, whether they've won a ton of Super Bowls, Mahomes already has 3, or not. The Bradys, Peyton Manning, Dan Marino, Joe Montana, you can go down the list. They almost never have a losing season. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Now, it can, but it usually doesn't. History bears that out. What I believe to be likely is we will, 10 years from now, look back on the 2025 season, and I'm a Giants fan, right? I'm not a Chiefs fan saying this. We will look back on the 2025 Kansas City Chiefs season as the ultimate anomaly. Remember when that happened? How weird was that? Can you believe that actually happened, given what happened afterwards? I'd be stunned if it happened again. Here's the bottom line. Scouts and executives and coaches and networks and talking heads can say whatever they want. The best quarterback in the National Football League is still Patrick Mahomes. And
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. BetMGM players will be eligible to receive their stake back in cash as a second chance refund on any pre-tournament straight golf tournament winner wagers on Mondays through Wednesdays. That's going on right now. Where the player they wager on does not win the tournament, but does finish in second place. This promotion will be available pre-tournament for all applicable golf events on Mondays through Wednesdays. Again, phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Brad, we got a couple of minutes before we bid you adieu for the night, brother. So why don't we get a quick scoreboard look here at baseball on this Tuesday night, because we got a busy freaking night in baseball. 16 games compared to the normal 15 because we had a doubleheader between the Guardians and the Reds. Game 1 earlier today, Kyle Manzardo with a grand salami, and then Chase DeLauder, the exciting rookie, go-ahead run on a sacrifice. Guardians won Game 1 6-5. They're in the thick of the AL Central race. But we've got a bunch of games going on right now, including your Cubbies, who are taking the Cardinals to the woodshed in St. Louis. Brad, that's got to feel good.
Oh, deep fried bird on the menu, my favorite. Slathering in hot sauce because the Cubs up right now 7-0 already in this game. And PCA just had another web jam that does that every single night. He's over 2 in the game, but does have a sac fly. Seiya Suzuki staying sizzling hot, 2 for 3. He's got an RBI. Michael Busch also has a hit and an RBI in the game. Alex Bregman, who had a monster night last night. He's 2 for 2 with a couple of runs scored. Ian Happ has got a 2-run double on Nico Horner, a guy that's batting like over 450 the last month. He also has a pair of RBIs as he had a single that knocked in 2. Conforto has scored a run and got a hit. I mean, everybody is doing work for the Chicago Cubs, and Colin Ray is on the bump, and he's only given up a hit to the Redbirds. So the Tarpsoff crew out there in right field, every time PCA comes up, they're turning their back. They got this like giant L flag. I mean, they're eating crow, man, heaping platefuls of it. And I am loving every single minute of it. So yeah, lay that smack down continuously against the St. Louis Cardinals and shut up the supposed best fans in all of sports. Get out of here.
Yeah, the last time the Cubbies were in St. Louis was the last weekend of May, where they were booing him, the Tarpsoff crew, right? They were booing PCA, and as they're booing him, he hits a grand slam, if I'm not mistaken.
Grand slam. Yeah, he did.
Which, by the way,
Shut him
Brad,
up.
did you happen to see the latest odds at our friends at BetMGM for the NL MVP?
I did. It's crazy how that has changed, because PCA was, 30-1 about a month ago, and it is now what, Mr. Boyle?
Shohei Ohtani last week was minus 550. As of today, Shohei Ohtani minus 145. Heat Crow Armstrong preseason was 30-1. A month ago was still 30-1. A couple of weeks ago got down to 7-1. Last week, plus 350. Today, PCA plus 115 to win the National League MVP.
Holy mackerel.
Do you believe it?
To have a
Do you believe what I'm telling you?
We're going to have a full segment on this tomorrow. I've already got it written in the show rundown. We're going to break it all down. I'll crunch the numbers. I don't. I thought it was almost unfathomable. It would have taken a major injury to Shohei. Yeah, he's got a ding knee a little bit, but the power has subsided, and he's not pitching. So it's changed the game completely.
All righty. Well, I'll be here for the argument, or for any argument anybody wants to make for Pete Crow Armstrong to win MVP tomorrow. But Brad, until then, brother, enjoy this Cubbies beatdown, and we'll see you tomorrow, my man.
Go Cubs! I'm out!
Coming up next, why the Buccaneers are making a massive mistake with Baker Mayfield. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I think they're going to be awesome. Drake May was almost won MVP of the league. He almost, there's no way you could convince me. I don't know how many people are saying this, but Drake May does not stink. Drake May is not overrated. Drake May is on the cusp of absolute mega and superstardom. Mega and superstardom. Stud young quarterback. An offensive line that I expect to be better, and I love the signing of Elijah Vera-Tucker, the former Jet. Obviously, the questions surrounding him are about health, and they are well-founded questions, and maybe he can't stay healthy, which he's pretty much been unable to do in his time since being made a first-round pick by the Jets. Man, if he stays healthy, this line going to kick ass. Has the potential to be really good, especially if Will Campbell can figure it out and cannot be a turnstile at left tackle. This line has a chance to be really good. A.J. Brown, Romeo Doubs. Like an embarrassment of riches at receiver. Like Kayshon Boutte almost got traded 15 times this offseason. All he does is make big plays down the field. Read the training camp reports. I do, because I love this stuff. He's been great at camp. Mike Vrabel can't stop praising Kayshon Boutte. Involved in all these trade rumors, never lets it get to him. That's good stuff from Kayshon. Boutte, rocking everywhere. Shout out to Bubba Sparks. Love the coaching staff. Yes, the schedule's harder. It is. Undeniably, a lot harder. But the team's also better. No Pedialyte, no Gatorade, no IV, no Tylenol, no Advil. Really, the only thing the Patriots need is no New York Post and no TMZ. As of right now, my AFC East champion, the New England Patriots. Here's Nico Collins, one of the best receivers in the league. Year 2 of the Iowa State boys, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. I think Higgins can be a stud this year for the Houston Texans. And there's a guy, you'll remember his name. We haven't talked about him in a long time. Because at the end of 2 NFL seasons ago, the 24 NFL season, his leg exploded. ACL. LCL, MCL, BCL, ZCL. If there's a CL in the knee, Tank Dell tore it. Plus, fractured patella. Is it patella in the leg? Femur, leg, whatever. Everything that could go wrong with the leg went wrong for Tank Dell. Missed all of last year. All of them. Do you remember how good he was when he played? Now, maybe he won't be what he was prior to the injury, but if he's even is he 80% of what he was? 85%? Do you understand what a big deal that is for this offense? And they can run the ball a little bit now, and the line's better? If CJ Stroud can give you anything more than he gave you last year, and the bar is low, why can't this team go to the Super Bowl? I said it. Why can't the Houston Texans go to the Super Bowl this year? The Houston Texans will win the AFC South. And as of this moment right now, this is pencil, not pen. It's July 28th. I reserve the right to change my mind. As it stands right now, I will have the Houston Texans playing on Championship Sunday. And perhaps on Super Bowl Sunday.
Touchdown. The games light up.
Banking that ass left and right.
This is BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle
I am owed a championship, and some freaking dog is not going to deny me.
on Westwood One Sports.
Hello! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we've now got 2 solo hours coming your way, as we do every night, taking you to 11 p.m. Eastern every Monday through Friday. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are not only making a mistake with Vita Vea, who requested a trade yesterday. We talked about it. But even more so today, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are making a massive mistake with how they are handling the contract extension situation for their franchise quarterback, Baker Mayfield. And it is one of the now many reasons that I am out on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in 2026. 310-840-4910. That's the talk and text line to join the show. You could call, you could text. 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. So in case you haven't been following, we've been talking about it on the show, and it's been in the news for the last couple of weeks. I've been hitting on it. This is something, honestly, I've been talking about since March. Back when free agency started, and there was some rumblings, there was just a little bit of conversation, and this was before the Rams drafted Ty Simpson in April. Stupidly drafted Ty Simpson. I said to myself, Baker Mayfield's going into the final year of his contract. At the time, I thought it was setting up that the Rams were basically going to have Matthew Stafford come back for one more season, one more year. And with Baker Mayfield going into the final year of his contract, maybe Baker doesn't want to sign a contract extension. Maybe Baker wants to play the final year of his deal out on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, hit free agency, and yes, it would be a gamble on himself because nobody in the NFL, let alone any quarterback, wants to go into the final year of their deal with an extension not in place. So it'd be a gamble. It'd be a risk. But I wouldn't put it past somebody like Baker Mayfield. And the direction that the Bucs seemed to be trending in at the end of last season, they collapsed that 6-2 start. They missed the playoffs, aging defense. And I thought maybe Baker Mayfield is gearing up to become the replacement for Matthew Stafford in 2027 for the LA Rams. He's going to rejoin forces with his buddy Sean McVay, who helped him resurrect his career after he got cut by the Panthers a couple of years ago. But then the Rams gave Matthew Stafford a 2-year extension, which, again, if Matthew Stafford retires after this season, that second year doesn't matter anyway. But then they drafted Ty Simpson. And that just didn't make a whole lot of sense. But hey, maybe the LA Rams weren't holding out hope. Maybe there was no conversation at all between Sean McVay and Baker Mayfield. Maybe they didn't see the vision. Maybe they weren't effing with my vision. You know, you hear that term? You F with the vision? You bleep with the vision? Maybe the Rams weren't bleeping with my vision of having Baker Mayfield be their continuity plan to Matthew Stafford, because you still have Puka Nacua, you have Devontae Adams, you have Kyron Williams, you've got a star-studded, loaded defense now. That was before they made the trade for Myles Garrett. Either way. Okay. Well, Baker Mayfield still wants a contract extension, doesn't he? And if I told you what Baker Mayfield has done, forget about the eye test, forget about what you know about Baker Mayfield over the last 3 years and what he's done for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They won back-to-back division titles, and yes, last year they missed out. What if I told you the last 3 years, top 3 passing yards in the NFL was Jared Goff, Matthew Stafford, and then Baker Mayfield. That's right. And he's played the same amount of games as Josh Allen. He's played just a handful of games more than Patrick Mahomes. But he's played a couple more games, a good amount, more than almost 10 more games than Dak Prescott. But Baker Mayfield's durability is part of what makes him so great and so special and so valuable. More passing yards than Justin Herbert, more passing yards than Lamar Jackson, more passing yards than Brock Purdy, Trevor Lawrence, Jalen Hurts, Joe Burrow. Injuries playing a big part in Joe Burrow, but still, Baker Mayfield, third in the NFL in the last 3 years combined in passing yards and only 200 behind Matthew Stafford. What about completions? Jared Goff, number 1. Baker Mayfield, number 2. What about touchdowns, Pat? Tell us, Pat, who's the leaders in passing touchdowns in the NFL the past 3 seasons? Jared Goff, once again, number 1. 101 touchdown passes. You know who's number 2? Baker Mayfield with 95. Then it's then it's Matthew Stafford, then it's Lamar, then it's Josh Allen, then it's Jordan Love, Dak Prescott, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, Brock Purdy, Justin Herbert. You know the common theme of all those other quarterbacks? They're all paid. You know who's not paid? Baker Mayfield. At least he's not in the midst of a contract extension, and he is not paid to the likes of which these other quarterbacks are paid. Dak Prescott, $60 million a year. How many playoffs has he been to the last couple of seasons? Joe Burrow, $55 million a year. Josh Allen, $55 million a year. Jordan Love, $55 million a year. Trevor Lawrence, $55 million a year. Stafford, $55 million a year. Goff, Purdy, Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, all over $51 million per year. You know how much Baker Mayfield is currently making on his final contract, or on the final year of his contract? Baker Mayfield, when he signed with the Buccaneers 3 years ago, was a 3-year deal for $100 million. Baker Mayfield average salary per year is just over $33 million. $33 million for a guy that in the last 3 years is in the top 3 in passing yards, completions, and touchdowns. A guy that has played every game, a guy that has been to the playoffs every year, but this past year, and played through multiple injuries, and a guy that's only 31. I know it might feel like Baker's been in the league a while. He's not 34. He's not 35. He's not 36. He's 31. How have we gotten to today where Baker Mayfield, weeks ago, Baker Mayfield said, through his team, I don't know if he ever said it directly publicly in front of a microphone, but they're reportedly, between the Bucs and Baker Mayfield and his camp, they were way off in their negotiations for a contract extension. Tell me which quarterback in that conversation we've had of that ilk, all those guys that I just rattled off, some of the top quarterbacks in the league, tell me which of their teams would let their quarterback go into training camp of the final year of their contract without an extension. It wouldn't happen. It hasn't happened. It doesn't happen. And a couple of weeks ago, when, again, per Baker Mayfield's team, said that if there was no contract extension by the time training camp started, there would be no more discussions. That would be it. That's the deadline. If there's no contract extension by the time Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers report for training camp, he's going to play the final year on this contract, and that's it. And he's going to head into free agency next season. Well, today has come and passed, Tuesday, July 28th. And Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers veterans reported for training camp, and there is no contract extension. And so Baker Mayfield is going to play out the final year of his contract before becoming an unrestricted free agent. And again, I ask, how did the Buccaneers let it get to this point? That is organizational malpractice. That is a horrendous job by GM Jason Light. That is terrible. That is a massive mistake. 310-840-4910. I don't care if you think Baker Mayfield is bluffing, because I don't think he is. Here's the thing, and we've seen different types of strategies from players: hold-ins, holdouts, requests for a trade. Vita Vea might get paid. He very well could be paid. He very well could be traded. After what we've seen with Dexter Lawrence, Micah Parsons, players of higher star caliber than Vita Vea, players that you think their franchise in the Giants and the Dallas Cowboys, well, you can't trade Micah Parsons. The Cowboys will pay Micah. This is what they always do. Players of bigger star caliber than Vita Vea have been traded after requesting a trade because they didn't get the contract they wanted. So the Buccaneers got two major issues right now. They've got two of their star players, two of their most valuable players, arguably their most valuable player on defense. Tell me who's more valuable on that Buccaneers defense than Vita Vea. Tell me. I'll rattle off a couple names for you. They just signed Alex Anzalone. He can't be, and they got him on a cheap contract. Yaya Diaby? No shot. Zion McCollum in the secondary? Nope. Antoine Winfield? Good veteran. Not the most valuable on that defense. Ashawn Robinson? Nope. Elijah Roberts? Nope. These are guys that are signing one. They just drafted Elijah Roberts in the fifth round. Ashawn Robinson just got a cheap one-year deal. Vita Vea, without a doubt, is the most valuable player on their defense. He just requested a trade. And now your franchise quarterback, who has played every single game, played the past year with PCL strains, MCL strains, bicep strain. I don't know if you watched the Netflix documentary Quarterback. Baker Mayfield, half of his bicep was purple for over a week. Shoulder injury that he had to exit one of the games late in the season, but then played the next week. The guy's been a warrior. The guy's been durable. The guy has statistically been one of the best quarterbacks in football in the last 3 years. Massive mistake for this to get to this point that you can't come to an agreement. And again, I don't think Baker's bluffing. Like we said, hold-ins, holdouts, requests for trade, all the different strategies that a player and their agent could use in an attempt to get the contract extension they're looking for. Baker Mayfield's not holding in. At least we don't believe he is. We'll see. They have their first official practice tomorrow. Baker Mayfield's not holding out. He reported. He's at training camp. Baker Mayfield has not requested a trade. Baker Mayfield is telling the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and GM Jason Light, F-A-F-O. Bleep around and find out. I think Baker Mayfield is a man of his word. I don't think there's going to be any negotiating. I don't think he's going to sign a contract extension. I think he is going to play this final year. And I think he's going to be a free agent come March. And I think he'll be looking for a new team. 310-840-4910. Your thoughts on the Buccaneers not being able to get a contract extension done with Baker Mayfield? Do you think he's worth it? Do you think this is a mistake for Tampa Bay? Because I did see some news yesterday, and I saw the same thing again today. And maybe you might have seen it as well, and you're saying to yourself, in your car, in your house, or wherever you might be right now at the gym listening, you're saying, well, hold on, Pat Boyle. I was looking at this. I was Googling about Baker Mayfield. I wanted to get the latest, or I heard on a different show, or I saw this. The Buccaneers, they could put the franchise tag on him. They could put the 1-year franchise tender on Baker Mayfield. They don't have to sign him to a contract extension. Okay. What good does that do the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? What good does that do them? To have Baker Mayfield play this season with no guarantee of a long-term extension, which at times could be a good incentivizer. I don't think Baker Mayfield is the kind of guy that needs it. Doesn't need that extra incentive. Doesn't need the motivation of having to play a prove-it year. He's proven plenty. But in some cases, that could be a good tactic. That's a good weapon for NFL teams. Look, the Cowboys are doing it with George Pickens. They put the franchise tag on him, and I don't blame them. But what good does that do the Buccaneers? Think about it from a financial standpoint. And we want to talk numbers, like what's a reasonable contract for Baker Mayfield? Again, I mean, he's got to be in the same conversation as Trevor Lawrence, as Justin Herbert. He has to be. He simply has to be. He has to be in the same conversation as Jalen Hurts and Jared Goff. That number's got to start with a 5, and it's got to be probably $55 million. Because you look at some of those contracts, some of those are a year old, 2 years old, some of them are 3 years old. With the NFL salary cap going up every year, how does Baker Mayfield not getting $55 million per year minimum? Minimum. Tell me how. Was Baker asking for 60? And the Buccaneers were saying no, 55? And we couldn't come to an agreement there? Either way. The franchise tag, it doesn't, we don't know what that number is going to be. But for 2027, if the Buccaneers, once Baker becomes an unrestricted free agent in March, after this season, no matter how it goes, the Buccaneers can still actually put that 1-year franchise tender on him and keep him for 2027. It's going to cost him almost $50 million. That is the projected number. Well, what good does that do you? $50 million for 1 year versus $55 million for 3 years, for 4 years? Because you're basically saying you're going to spend almost the same amount of money. And on top of that, if Baker Mayfield plays well this year and they don't give him a contract extension in the offseason, which, by the way, the longer they've waited, and they've already waited too long, like if they would have gotten it done this offseason, before the salary cap goes up next year, again, which it does basically by 10% every year, $55 million for Baker Mayfield now is going to be $60 million per year next year. And if the Buccaneers really want to be bold and brash and selfish, in my opinion, about this, and they want to have Baker Mayfield play this year, and maybe he has just an okay season, and they say, hey, we won that battle. Yeah, we would have liked to be a playoff team, but Baker Mayfield not playing as great as he had in 2024, in the beginning of 2025, that just saved us some money, didn't it? We'll just put this $50 million franchise tender on him, franchise tag tender, and if he doesn't play well in 2027, well, we're looking for a new quarterback. Well, what if Baker Mayfield then balls out in 2027? You going to just let him walk after that? If he even wants to stick around? Then you're going to end up paying him $65 million a year. So, what is the backup option for the Buccaneers at quarterback? Good quarterbacks. Solid, durable, franchise quarterbacks. They don't grow on trees, baby. What's the backup plan? Where are the Buccaneers headed? What's their 5-year plan? Hell, what's their 3-year plan? I would assume in a mediocre NFC South, it's probably to continue to try to contend for the NFC South crown, right? Every single year, considering they did it for 5 straight years. Then they went from Brady to Baker pretty seamlessly, continued to win division championships. So what's the 3-year plan? If it's not Baker, who's the option? Who's the answer at quarterback? Because their backup right now is Jake Browning. And after that, it's Connor Bazelak and Jalen Daniels. Not Jaden Daniels. Jalen Daniels. Went to Kansas. He stinks. No offense. He stinks. I couldn't even tell you where the hell Connor Bazelak, I'm even saying it right. Connor Bazelak, I don't even know who this guy is. Couldn't even tell you what college he went to. Bowling Green. I mean, who are the Buccaneers getting to replace Baker Mayfield? How could you get to this date without a contract extension? Unless Jason Light is trying, again, unless they're calling Baker's bluff, and they're saying no. Now, eventually he'll crack. Maybe Baker's asking for 62. Maybe he's asking for 63 million. And the Buccaneers are saying, Baker, come on. We're trying to work with you. We're trying to pay you like a top 10 quarterback, but that's too much. Meet us at 56. Meet us at 57. Maybe Baker says, nope, it's going to start with a 6, or I'm not signing. Maybe he's been playing hardball. And maybe the Buccaneers think right now, let's see how a couple weeks in training camp, when he's with his buddies and his teammates, and word starts maybe getting out, maybe that it's Baker who's asking for too much. Maybe he wants it fully guaranteed. And the Buccaneers are willing to give him 75% guaranteed, but not 100% guaranteed. Maybe once his teammates start saying, hey, come on, man. You want to be with us or not? I don't know. I'm not going to lie to you and act like I've ever been in an NFL locker room or that I've been a part of a training camp or that I know what these conversations look like between these players and these coaches and these assistant coaches when we've got these contract disputes that we all talk about in the media and we see it every day on TV and you hear about it, me talking about it on the radio. We don't actually know what those day-to-day conversations look like. All I know is if you've got yourself a franchise quarterback, you pay him. And you look at the market. It is the most well-defined market in all of sports, the quarterback market. And if you're telling me that Trevor Lawrence and Justin Herbert are worth $53 million and $55 million respectively, and those contracts were given out over a year ago and 2 years ago, how the hell is Baker Mayfield not worth at least $55 million a year? This is a massive, massive mistake by the Buccaneers. And I think, again, I'll say it, I think Baker's a man of his word. I think he's going to play the final year of this contract out, and I hope he balls out. I hope he balls out. I really do. Because this seems blasphemous to me. This seems blasphemous. And I know, by the way, that the Bucs, they move at their own pace. They don't crack to public pressure. They don't crack to demands. When Mike Evans employed a similar tactic in 2023, saying they would not continue negotiations once the season arrived, the Buccaneers didn't rush. Instead, Mike Evans played out that season and then reached an agreement on a 2-year deal in 2024. Now, Mike Evans just left for the 49ers, but the reporting has been that those previous negotiations did not leave a sour taste in his mouth. Well, it's one thing to be a receiver. It's another thing to be a quarterback that has poured your blood, sweat, and tears for your franchise. And you expect to be paid when the time comes to be paid. Time has come. The time has passed. The Buccaneers are failing themselves. Jason Light is failing this organization by not paying Baker Mayfield and risking him leaving in free agency, or they're going to wield this 1-year franchise tag tender like it's some big weapon of leverage. Get lost. 310-840-4910. We'll get to your phone calls as soon as we come back. We've got some callers that want to weigh in on Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers. Again, it's expected now that Baker's going to play this final year of his contract. No contract extension was reached. I think this is a massive mistake by the Buccaneers. What say you? 310-840-4910. Plus, when we come back, we mentioned earlier in the show Jalen Carter got paid. Well, somebody else on the defensive side of the football, they also got paid a record-setting contract in the secondary in the AFC North. We'll talk about that when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Steph Curry needs to demand a trade from the Golden State Warriors. He should ask out yesterday from Golden State. Now, I don't think he will. I do think whether it means something to me or not is immaterial. He's his own man. He's his own person. He can do what he wants, right? All accounts say that Steph Curry wants to play his entire career with one team. Start and finish his career with the Golden State Warriors. And I guess there's like something admirable about that. I don't think there is. And you can say, well, you're not loyal. Okay, here's my question for you then, moron. I love you. Thank you for listening and watching. Do you think the Golden State Warriors have done enough for Steph Curry here in the twilight of his career. And really, and I understand they won a title in 22 because of him. Have they done enough since they lost to the Raptors in the 19 NBA Finals? Have they? And be honest. Have they? They've been doing this like Marvel Universe, like 2 timeline sort of deal. Like there's today and then there's like the multiverse. Like with Kang and Doctor Doom and Jonathan Kuminga and James Wiseman. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It hasn't worked. This offseason, by all reports, I'm not involved in these conversations. I just go by what I like. Bill Simmons on The Ringer is really plugged in. He talked about it over the weekend, that the Warriors didn't make a good enough offer for Jaylen Brown. And think about it, right? They wanted LeBron. What pushed LeBron to go to Philadelphia was the thing that got him over the line there, Jaylen Brown. What happens if the Warriors trade for Jaylen Brown? Does LeBron go there? Probably yes, right? What's the % chance the Golden State Warriors win the NBA title this season? And if you took that % chance and multiplied it by 1 million, what would it be? The answer, 0. 0. What's the chance they win it next year? Take the chance. Multiply it by 1 million. Shine it up real nice. Turn that son of a bitch sideways and stick it straight up you know where. 0. 0. Why should 38-year-old Steph Curry languish for the final couple years of his career? Languish as the 9 seed in the West, or maybe they're the 6 seed and get bounced in the first round. Why should that be what happened? Loyalty? Why? Just because he's been there his whole career? Really? You think this is not Milwaukee? Giannis won 1 title in Milwaukee. You think the Bay Area will ever dislike Steph Curry? MVPs, 4 championships? Stop. Come on. He resuscitated that. That franchise was not dead, but it was on life support before Curry brought them out of it, out of the abyss. Why should he finish his career in Golden State? Other than loyalty. Why should he?
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Feel like I'm at Penn State and it's a 3rd down in the whiteout. If only you could win national championships in college football based on how tough your 3rd down music that you played. How tough it was. How tough of a song your 3rd down music was. You get what I'm trying to say. And I know that there's like 50 schools that now use this Check Wes. Can't even tell you the name of the song. Obviously, I'm not going to sing the song. You can't. Unless you do the super bleeped out radio version, which it just sounds like kids bop at that point. But as far as I can remember, I can actually tell you the name of the song. Mo Bamba. As far as I can remember, Penn State was the first school and the first stadium that I heard play this song on like third downs and to get the crowd hyped up. And I'll give them that. I mean, anybody else wants to try to argue that it was their school, I feel like it was Penn State. And again, if we're giving out college football national championships based on how hard, how tough your third down music is, Penn State, they would have one, but they don't. And James Franklin doesn't have a job. Well, he does. Not in Penn State. Virginia Tech. We're going to talk some more college football in the coming weeks here. Don't you worry. I'll be getting locked in on college football in the coming days and coming weeks. But for now, back to the NFL here. Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. We'll get to another record-setting contract that was put out there into the ether in just a little bit. But last segment, I gave you all the reasons why the Buccaneers are making a massive mistake by not paying Baker Mayfield what I feel like he has deserved, and that is at least $55 million a year to be paid as a top 10 quarterback, right in that top 5 salary range for NFL quarterbacks. And I think Baker is a man of his word. I don't think he's bluffing. I think he's going to play out this final year of his contract. I think he's done negotiating, and I think that's a massive mistake by GM Jason Light and the rest of the front office. 310-840-4910. Let's get to your phone calls here. Dan is next up in Jersey on BetMGM tonight. Dan's on line 1. What's going on, Dan?
Hey, Pat. What's going on, bro?
Nothing much, man. How you doing?
I'm all right. Hey, listen, I'm actually happy that the Bucs did not do this. And the reason for that is I'm a Steeler fan that's been crying for Baker Mayfield for 4 years. Why they had 4 opportunities that they could have went out and gotten Baker Mayfield. Instead, we're kicking the bums with Aaron Rodgers, Fields, Russell Wilson, rather than go for a guy in his prime that they could have gotten on a cheap deal. So I'm happy they didn't get him. And I'm hoping he goes to a free agency. And, the frustrating thing from a Steelers fan standpoint, we're never in position to draft a top quarterback. We're going to be, 18 to 22 every year in the draft. So I want Baker on my team. So I'm happy as hell they didn't pay him.
Yeah, Dan, I don't blame you. And I think that would be a great spot for him to go to next year if he really, feels disrespected by Tampa Bay and they say, you know what, screw it, and we're not going to use the franchise tag tender. Although I feel like at this point they've backed themselves into a wall. They have to. But in the off chance that Baker is indeed a free agent and gets free to sign wherever he wants next year, yeah, Pittsburgh would feel like a real good destination. Get right in there after Rodgers. You're not worried about Will Howard. You're not worried about Drew Aller. Baker Mayfield would have that job given to him, rightfully so. And with the weapons that the Steelers have, especially Michael Pittman and DK Metcalf, yeah, that feels like a pretty good situation. And that's one that, look, I know Steelers fans, Dan, like you, have probably struggled to really convince yourself that this year could be special with it being Rodgers last year. It probably feels like 9-8 or 10-7 again and a first-round exit. But with Baker Mayfield, maybe in 2027, I know that excitement and those expectations would be a little bit higher, right?
Yeah. You're right. Listen, the reality is I'm a realistic Steeler fan. That's probably exactly where we're going to be. Did not want Rodgers in here. It's going to be the same thing. I would have rather started these young kids, see what they got. Worst case scenario, maybe we're inside the top 10 with a shot. We're going after somebody. But that's just not going to be the reality this year. And partly because if you look at our schedule, the first half part of our schedule is really weak. And I don't think it's going to be very hard for them to get to 9 wins, 10 wins. And that might possibly put them in a playoff spot.
I agree. Dan, I appreciate the call, man. I agree. I said it weeks ago. Brad and I had a heated debate about how good of a season Rodgers would have, how good of a season the Steelers would have. I think they're a playoff team. I do. I think there might be 3 teams in the AFC North that make the playoffs this year. I said it before on the show. I'm not committing to it just yet. But the more and more I think about it, the more and more I think the Bengals are going to win that freaking division this year. If Burrow stays healthy, the defense can't possibly be as bad as it was the last 2 years. Bengals win the division and win 12 games, and then the Ravens and the Steelers both win 10, and they're both wild card teams. And you got 3 teams in the postseason from the AFC North. I think right now, again, not official predictions, but I would probably pick the Bills to win the AFC East. There's 4. I would pick the Chiefs to win the AFC West. There's 5. And I picked the Broncos to be a wild card team as 6. And then whoever wins the AFC South, which is probably going to be the Texans, there's your 7 from the AFC. But yeah, I think the Steelers defense is certainly a question mark. And they looked old, and on some of those short weeks or some of those weeks where, again, they're not playing at home at 1 o'clock, their age was exposed. TJ Watt seemed like he was banged up all of last season. And Rodgers having to get rid of the football. The offensive line wasn't that good. But, man, again, swap out Mike Tomlin, swap in Mike McCarthy, and I just feel like the Steelers will do what they always do. They will find a way to grit their way to 10 wins, go 10-7, sneak in a wild card, and then basically just comes down to who do they play in the wild card round? Do they play a team like the Texans, which was a nightmare matchup for them? Or do they get maybe a potential soft matchup? Maybe a team that's nursing some injuries. 310-840-4910. Let's get to some more phone calls here. Pat Boyle, BetMGM tonight. Let's go to Eric, who's in Colorado. Next up on the show. Eric, what's going on?
Hey, Pat. How you doing?
Doing good, man. How are you?
I'm all right. So the whole Baker situation, I have just a slightly different take. It's not much different, but I think with Tampa being part of that low-tier group of Super Bowl winning teams that still kind of rely on that national funding, that national media money, I think the whole decision came one step up the totem pole from the GM. I think that's a Glazer ownership MO decision. They're cheap, man, and I think that they gave direct orders to just play too hard ball with Baker. I don't think the GM really had a choice in the matter.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Eric, and I can understand that, right? The Glazers, they've not always been willing to go the extra mile to spend to win, but that's with other positions. When it comes to the quarterback, you can't cheap out. The quarterback market in the NFL is as defined of a market as any other position, any other sport. And right now, the baseline for a starting quarterback is over $50 million. And again, I rattled you off some of the contracts. Trevor Lawrence, Justin Herbert. Hell, what Tua got a couple of years ago with the Dolphins. It's mid-50s, $55 million. And a salary cap that goes up 10% every year. You can't cheap out on quarterback play.
It's a bonehead move, but they're classic for it. It's like another page in the book for the Glazers, man. I'm telling you, it doesn't make any sense. They probably want to take the tanking model and just run with it. With the aging defense, like you said, they're probably just going to try to clean shop, do a rebuild for no reason, and lose probably the best quarterback that they're going to have in a long time.
Hey, Eric, I appreciate the call. I can't. And I know that, I don't know if you said if you were a Buccaneers fan, I missed that, but I know that maybe some frustrated Buccaneers fans right now, maybe you feel like that, right? You're searching for answers. How could this happen? Why did this happen? And, maybe, again, so a lot of people love to blame the owner. And in some cases, you're right to. You're right to do that. But, I can't imagine Joel Glazer and the Glazers want to tank when you've got a division that is seemingly as wide open as the NFC South, and you've still got some good pieces, and you've got a quarterback in his prime, 31 years old. That's prime years for a quarterback. But you're not going to pay him because you want to tank. I can't buy that. There's a lot of things that I'll buy. I can't buy that. And I know Joel Glazer praised Baker as a, quote, foundational franchise piece and said that he has gone above and beyond expectations, noting that everyone loves his competitive drive on the field. It doesn't make sense how we've gotten here, though. That's for damn sure. Let's get another phone call in here. 310-840-4910. John is in Tulsa. Next up on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, John? How you doing?
Hey, 2 points to piggyback on your AFC playoff teams. I like the first 6 you said. I would sub in the Jags over the Steelers, though. I think Jacksonville's a little bit stronger down the stretch, a little more youthful, packs a little more punch. As far as Baker's concerned, Baker didn't set the market at $50 million. That's just where it's at. There's 20, 25 guys on the face of the planet that can do what he do. And like you said, if you've got one of them in your backyard, you sign him and pay him. They ponied up when Brady was out there, and it got him a ring. I don't think Baker gets him a ring, but I think he can win the division. And, you know, he's a media darling. He's well-liked, got a good image. They would be foolish to let him walk and hope that the next guy in can do as well as he will do for them.
John, great points. Appreciate the call. And I don't blame you. And I don't blame anybody for putting the Jaguars in the playoffs. I mean, they've won 13 games last year and won the division. Trevor Lawrence finally took those steps forward that you were looking for. Their defense was super underrated. Their ability to get after the quarterback is incredible. Doesn't get enough love. And I got to give Liam Cohen a ton of credit. He proved to be a hell of a head coach last year. So I don't blame anybody for putting the Jaguars in there. I got to be honest. I am not a fan, or I'm not fond of Trevor Lawrence. So I'm expecting that step back to kind of where he was 2 years ago, 3 years ago. But yeah, I don't blame you for putting the Jaguars in over the Steelers as maybe that final wild card team. And then, yeah, the point you were making about Baker, you have a quarterback. You have to pony up and pay him. You have to. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. Again, it'd be different. We're talking, and there is the conversation. There is the debate about Vita Vea, which I don't even think that's much of a debate, because that's your most valuable player on defense. And he's in the prime of his career. And he's going into the final year of his contract. That's not how successful NFL franchises are run. Look at the championship winning teams. Look at the organizations that year after year after year find themselves in the playoffs. Look at the Philadelphia Eagles. The Eagles, when they've got players that they trust and they've got players that they identify as franchise cornerstones and franchise foundational pieces, they pay them, and they don't wait for them to get to the end of their contract. Jalen Carter still had 2 more years on his rookie deal. And the Eagles said, screw it. We've got a guy that we think is amazing. We've got a guy that we think is going to be a potential defensive player of the year candidate. We're going to pay him now. You don't wait. Look at, you look at an organization in a franchise that has failed the last couple of years. The Dallas Cowboys. What do they do with their star players? They wait to the last minute. You end up paying more than you should. And that hamstrings you from paying other players. That hamstrings you from adding good depth, which the Cowboys do not have, because they waited to the last minute with Dak Prescott, and they waited to the last minute with CeeDee Lamb. They had to overpay them. That's why Dak Prescott's making $60 million a year. The Cowboys waited to the very last minute to pay him. They could have paid him 2 years before that or a year before that and saved themselves a couple $1,000,000 a year. And that was the reason why they felt like they couldn't pay Micah Parsons and they traded him, which Jerry Jones is never going to live that down. Stupid. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they're acting like the Dallas Cowboys right now. Their 2 most valuable players are entering the final years of their contract. They should have been paid. It shouldn't have even gotten to this point. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. We'll take more of your phone calls when we come back. And also, the other record-setting bag that went into effect today in the AFC North, which I'll tell you about, and the implications that it could have on this team. I'm Pat Boyle, 310-840-4910. We're coming right back. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The NBA has reached.
Here's my beef with the 2026 Cincinnati Bengals. I think the head coach sucks. I'm not a Zach Taylor guy. I never have been. I don't think he's a good head coach. And I think the defensive coordinator is also terrible in Al Golden. And I don't know what the thought process is. First off, of getting rid of Lou Anarumo in the first place. But then you replace him with Al Golden. The defense is even worse, and then you bring Al Golden back for a second year. Like, why would we expect, and I understand that there's some more talent here, but we are looking at right now, I can be wrong, but we are looking at what I would consider to be. I know they went to the Super Bowl. They almost won the Super Bowl with Zach Taylor. I understand that. I get it. Do you think he's a good head coach? The offensive coach, I don't think is very good in Zach Taylor. And the defensive coach, I don't think is any good in Al Golden. Awesome. You think, like really, we haven't seen Jesse Minter coach a game yet. Who would you take as your head coach, Jesse Minter or Zach Taylor? Who would you guess? We haven't seen Declan Doyle call plays in the NFL. Who would you guess is a better coordinator and better play caller at his side of the ball this year? Declan Doyle, who we've never seen call a game, or Al Golden? If you had to bet on one of them, who would you bet on? So look, like, I get why people could be seduced by them. There's a fantasy football component of this. I don't mean that as an insult. I love fantasy football as much or more than anybody. But we get seduced by Burrow and Chase and Higgins and this offense and the promise of what some of these defensive free agents bring in. But we forget that the guys that are actually in charge are nincompoops. That they're not very good. I don't think they're better than the Ravens. I don't even know if they're better than Pittsburgh. And I don't love the Steelers this year. Here are teams that I will take over Buffalo right now in the AFC. Or take over Cincinnati right now. Buffalo's going to be the first one. The teams that I will take over Cincinnati right now in the AFC. Buffalo, New England, Baltimore, Houston, Jacksonville, Kansas City, Denver, and the Chargers. And I'd consider the Steelers. I think the Bengals will be on the outside looking in at the playoffs yet again. But really what this comes down to, for me, with the Kansas City Chiefs, plus 750 to win the AFC, yes, minus 210 to make the playoffs, win total of basically about 10. Why I like the Chiefs, and insert laugh here because I loved the Chiefs last year, my Super Bowl prediction, and they didn't even make the playoffs. The quarterback. Here's number 15. The Dragon in red. And it's possible that a couple hours from now, we'll have video of Patrick Mahomes practicing for Kansas City. That's possible. After tearing his ACL in December. I'll leave you with this to end the hour. If you think about the great quarterbacks in the history of the National Football League, whether they've won a ton of Super Bowls, Mahomes already has 3, or not. The Bradys, Peyton Manning, Dan Marino, Joe Montana, you can go down the list. They almost never have a losing season. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Now, it can, but it usually doesn't. History bears that out. What I believe to be likely is we will, 10 years from now, look back on the 2025 season, and I'm a Giants fan, right? I'm not a Chiefs fan saying this. We will look back on the 2025 Kansas City Chiefs season as the ultimate anomaly. Remember when that happened? How weird was that? Can you believe that actually happened given what happened afterwards? I'd be stunned if it happened again. Here's the bottom line. Scouts and executives and coaches and networks and talking heads can say whatever they want. The best quarterback in the National Football League is still Patrick Mahomes. and I believe the Kansas City Chiefs.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Fiend, 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 fiend. Zach Kroll, who's filling in for Brandon Combs, literally put in the chat, fiend, 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 fiend. My nephews, they sing this song all the time. They can't get enough of it. And quick little family inside joke. My sister's got 5 kids. The fourth, the youngest boy, his name is Colton, but as a nickname, they call him Colty Bean. So call him Bean for short. I'm sure somebody has called their baby, their kid Bean. Oh, that little precious little Bean. They call him, hey, Bean. So instead, we sing that song. My nephew sing it. Now we just go Bean, Bean, Bean. And we throw him up in the air. It's adorable. Anyway, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. I keep teasing this record-setting bag. Not Jalen Carter, the other one that the news broke on today. We'll get to that in just a bit. Don't worry. Don't you worry. But I want to get to more of your phone calls here because you guys are lighting up the phone lines. 310-840-4910. Let's get to Bert, our guy Bert in Baltimore, next up on BetMGM tonight. Bert, what's up, man?
Me with these vacations, man. It's way too quiet on the airwaves.
What do you mean it's way too quiet?
When you're out, bro, there's no hey-ohs, there's no screaming into the mic. I've gotten addicted to that nonsense over the last couple years, bro.
You need my lunacy. You need me being an absolute psychopath.
Oh yeah.
All right, Bert.
Absolutely. Speaking of psychopaths, you mentioned look at a franchise that's failed the last couple of years. How about the last 30 years?
The Cowboys
haven't done a thing since.
Bert, you still there? We lost you for a second. We lost our guy, Bert. All right, Bert, try giving us a call back. We can get you teed back up there because you didn't even get you teased your point there about the Dallas Cowboys, and I want to give you the chance, and you're a loyal caller and a good caller, so we'll see if we can get Bert teed back up here next segment. But I know he was talking about Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys. I was interested to hear his point that he was going to make. All right, I'll pay off that tease now. So again, Jalen Carter, big record-setting contract today, 4 years, $160 million for the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm a little bit skeptical. I get the potential's there, but after a year that he took a step back, remember, got the ejection for spitting on Dak Prescott in first game of last season. There's definitely some concerns. There's really no concerns about Denzel Ward. Browns and Denzel Ward agreed to a 2-year, $62 million extension that once again makes him the highest paid defensive back in NFL history for the second time in his career. And just an all-around great guy, great human, 5-time Pro Bowl corner, one of the best corners in football, 29 years old. He had 2 years left on his deal, but no guaranteed salary from the initial 5-year, $100 million extension he signed back in April 2022. So Denzel Ward gets a nice little raise. He gets more guaranteed money. And for a guy that has done nothing but show his commitment to the Cleveland Browns when he's had no reason to do so, just like anybody else that's been in that franchise that has walked through those prison doors of the Browns facility the last couple of years, Denzel Ward showed his commitment, says he wants to be. I think he spoke at a celebrity softball game, says, I want to be here in Cleveland. He's from Cleveland. He's going to stay with Cleveland for the next couple of years and play out the rest of his prime. So that's kudos to Denzel Ward, one of the great players and great guys in the NFL.
I think they're going to be awesome. Drake May was almost won MVP of the league. You almost, there's no way you could convince me. I don't know how many people are saying this, but Drake May does not stink. Drake May is not overrated. Drake May is on the cusp of absolute mega and superstardom. Mega and superstardom. Stud young quarterback. An offensive line that I expect to be better, and I love the signing of Elijah Vera Tucker, the former Jet. Obviously, the questions surrounding him are about health, and they are well-founded questions, and maybe he can't stay healthy, which he's pretty much been unable to do in his time since being made a first-round pick by the Jets. Man, if he stays healthy, this line going to kick ass. Has the potential to be really good, especially if Will Campbell can figure it out and cannot be a turnstile at left tackle. This line has a chance to be really good. A.J. Brown, Romeo Doubs. Like an embarrassment of riches at receiver. Like Kayshon Boutte almost got traded 15 times this offseason. All he does is make big plays down the field. Read the training camp reports. I do, because I love this stuff. He's been great at camp. Mike Vrabel can't stop praising Kayshon Boutte. Involved in all these trade rumors, never lets it get to him. That's good stuff from Kayshon. Boutte, rocking everywhere. Shout out to Bubba Sparks. Love the coaching staff. Yes, the schedule's harder. It is. Undeniably, a lot harder. But the team's also better. No Pedialyte, no Gatorade, no IV, no Tylenol, no Advil. Really, the only thing the Patriots need is no New York Post and no TMZ. As of right now, my AFC East champion, the New England Patriots. Here's Nico Collins, one of the best receivers in the league. Year 2 of the Iowa State boys, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. I think Higgins can be a stud this year for the Houston Texans. And there's a guy, you'll remember his name. We haven't talked about him in a long time. Because at the end of 2 NFL seasons ago, the 24 NFL season, his leg exploded. ACL. LCL, MCL, BCL, ZCL. If there's a CL in the knee, Tank Dell tore it. Plus, fractured patella. Is a patella in the leg? Femur, leg, whatever. Everything that could go wrong with the leg went wrong for Tank Dell. Missed all of last year. All of them. Do you remember how good he was when he played? Now, maybe he won't be what he was prior to the injury, but if he's even is he 80% of what he was? 85%? Do you understand what a big deal that is for this offense? And they can run the ball a little bit now, and the line's better? If C.J. Stroud can give you anything more than he gave you last year, and the bar is low, why can't this team go to the Super Bowl? I said it. Why can't the Houston Texans go to the Super Bowl this year? The Houston Texans will win the AFC South. And as of this moment right now, this is pencil, not pen. It's July 28th. I reserve the right to change my mind. As it stands right now, I will have the Houston Texans playing on Championship Sunday. And perhaps on Super Bowl Sunday.
Shuts down. The games light up.
Banking that ass left and right. night.
This is BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle.
I am owed a championship, and some freaking dog is not going to deny me.
On Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Fifth and final hour of this Tuesday night extravaganza kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Open phone lines here in the final hour, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text, 310-840-4910. But just in case you are just joining us, we've been talking a lot of football tonight, baby. Buccaneers, I think they're making a massive mistake not signing Baker Mayfield to a contract extension, not signing Vita Vea to a contract extension. Vita Vea requested a trade yesterday, and Baker weeks ago said that if they couldn't come to an agreement on an extension by the time training camp started, he was done negotiating, and he was going to play out the final year of his contract. I think GM Jason Light is failing this organization by threatening to let their two most valuable players, their franchise quarterback and their most valuable player on defense, leave the team, or best case scenario, they've become disgruntled. Shout out Curb Your Enthusiasm. Are you disgruntled? 310-840-4910. Also talked about Jalen Carter's big record-setting contract extension with the Eagles, why I've got my concerns. Denzel Ward getting his record-setting contract extension in terms of an average annual value. He is once again the highest paid defensive back in NFL history, more than $31 million per year for the Cleveland Browns. Definitely deserved. Guy that, other than being a resident of Cleveland, growing up in Cleveland, I have no idea why Denzel Ward want to continue to commit to the Cleveland Browns. They could have easily traded him like they traded Myles Garrett. He could have requested a trade and nobody should have blamed him. But Denzel Ward wants to tough it out. He wants to stick it out. He wants to stay in the dog pound. And I think that he's going to ultimately go down as one of the great Cleveland Browns of this century, maybe even of all time. I mean, hell, he might still have another 5-6 years left of his NFL career, if not longer. I mean, Denzel Ward's what, 29? If I'm not mistaken? I mean, geez, time flies, man. I remember when they drafted him from Ohio State. What was he, the 4th overall pick? Yeah, 4th overall pick in the 2018 draft. My God, that seems like yesterday, and it also seems like forever ago. The one other take really quickly that I had about that Denzel Ward contract extension. So it was 2 years, just over $62 million. And it's 2 years, which is a bit surprising. And I wonder how this affects the market for Christian Gonzalez for the New England Patriots, who is one of the best young corners in the league. And I say best young corners because I don't think he's played enough years to fully be able to garner that term as one of the elite corners in the NFL. His rookie year, he only played 4 games. 2024, played all but 1 game, had 2 interceptions, was pretty damn good. But the Patriots stunk. Last year, played 14 games, didn't have an interception, but it's because basically nobody threw at him. Nobody threw his way. And he was a good tackler as well, Christian Gonzalez. So the Patriots are trying to get ahead of that. There's been contract negotiations. There has been some open talk about getting a contract extension done with Christian Gonzalez. But after Denzel Ward, I know he's 5 years older. He got the 2 years for over $31 million per year. I wonder if that negatively impacts Christian Gonzalez being able to reset the cornerback market. And that is something to look forward to here in the next couple of days. If you're a Patriots fan or if you're just an NFL fan and we're getting some big time contract extensions being announced here, I wonder, I'm intrigued now to see what Christian Gonzalez Christian Gonzalez is going to be. Because I think he's going to come to an agreement. Him and the Patriots. I think it's going to be in the next week or two. 310-840-4910. And we've talked a bunch about other teams opening up training camp, burning camp questions, and the like. So before we get to hot or cold here to kick off the fifth and final hour, let's get to the phone lines, 310-840-4910. And let's tee up our guy Bert in Baltimore again, who called just a couple of minutes ago, but he dropped off as he was making a poignant point about Jerry Jones and the Cowboys. So Bert, welcome on back, brother. What's going on?
I'm sorry about that. That was on my end. For a minute, I thought you brought Pete the Body back to dump me again.
No, never.
So, yeah,
Bert.
I had a double-edged sword here, and I know you used to pitch, but I'm going to throw you a little football curveball, see if you can hit as well, see how you are at the plate. So the point that I was making is, you had said to look at a franchise that's failed the last couple of years, and I said, what do you mean couple of years? They haven't done anything in 30 years. I don't think anybody would disagree that Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman know how to run a franchise a heck of a lot better than Jerry Jones. Would you disagree with that?
Yes, correct.
With that said, when you look at the financials, forgetting even franchise value, and that's the dirty underside of the NFL. We all think every owner wants to win, but people own businesses to make money and to feed their families. Dallas has an annual revenue more than 5 times that of the Philadelphia Eagles. That's why he doesn't sign players until the last minute, because that's what generates the news and the publicity and ultimately the almighty dollar. They make $629 million a year, which is 2.5 times more than the LA Rams or the New England Patriots, who are number 2 and 3 for annual EBITDA.
Yeah,
so
and Bert,
yeah,
and I had a feeling you were going to bring that up, Bert. And it's a great point, and I can't dispute Jerry Jones's acumen as as a pure businessman, because you meant the Cowboys, America's team, right? The branding, the marketing that he does just by the way he talks, the way he carries himself, and part of the reason, right? No publicity is bad publicity. What does Jerry Jones always say? It's better to be in the news than on the news at all. I forget some of the Looney Tunes quotes that the Texas slang quotes that he throws out there.
Genius.
He is.
And it's like Steve Bisciotti, I'm in Baltimore. He views it that he's just a steward of the team. And that's how I think everyone would want their owner to be, right? To be more concerned about the entire city's happiness and football well-being than their own pocketbook. But as we all know, from going out to eat or going grocery shopping, not every business owner thinks that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Bert, it's a great point, man, and I appreciate the call. Yes, while the Cowboys have largely failed on the field in the last 30 years, they continue to make money. They continue to be the most valuable NFL franchise and one of the most valuable and iconic franchises in all of sports, even though people that grew up that are my age, right? People that grew up, or even a little bit older, people in their young 40s that grew up and witnessed all those great dynasty teams of the early 90s and the back-to-back Super Bowl teams. And it was America's team, and it was the Cowboys. And now look, what have they done? Again, what have they haven't reached the NFC Championship game in 3 decades, right? Right, last time Cowboys in the NFC title game was the last time they won a Super Bowl. Am I not mistaken? 1996. Yeah. 96. They haven't been in the NFC title game in 30 years. But yeah. They're still the most valuable franchise. And a lot of that is because of AT&T Stadium, the naming rights alone, the massive luxury suites, all the different events that they host throughout the season, Final Fours, massive concerts, World Cup games. We just saw it this year. The Cowboys bring in roughly $20 million alone annually from the stadium being named AT&T. But a lot of it is because of the branding and because of Jerry Jones as a businessman. And I just don't agree, though. I don't agree. That part of the being able to keep the Cowboys in the news cycle and keep them, the lore that keeps them America's team, is waiting to the last second to pay players. That's one thing. Why don't you just try doing it differently? How about you just not do that? Right? How about you just pay your players? And that way you could build a better football team. You could have paid Dak Prescott $54 or $53 million a year 2 years ago, 2 years before you actually paid him. But instead, you let the market reset over and over and over again. 6 different quarterbacks got paid before you paid Dak. So then you had to pay him $60 million a year. Same thing happened with CeeDee Lamb. Same thing was going to happen with Micah Parsons. And then Jerry Jones was like, hold on. Everybody thinks I'm going to pay Micah. I ain't going to pay Micah. Just when they think I'm going to zig, I'm going to zag, and I'm going to trade him. And I'm going to tell everybody why we're going to be better without Micah. Yeah. How was the defense last year, Jerry? Oh, dead last? Oh, an absolute abomination? Yeah. Okay. So, I don't know. Maybe just try building a better football team at the expense of trying to be controversial. See how that works. See how much more money you could make if you actually win a title. But Burr makes some good points. I got to give him that. 310-840-4910. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight. Let's get to some hot or cold. Let's get producer Zach Kroll in the mix. He's filling in for Brandon Combs. Zach, what's going on, man?
Pat, doing well. And it is crazy. Over the past couple of days, we know NFL training camps have opened. And the news cycle, good, bad, ugly, it keeps on coming. So great to have football back.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. What do you got?
All right, let's start off with some hot or cold, and we will start in the NFL. And there is one quarterback situation I wanted to get your opinion on, and that is in Las Vegas with the Raiders. And it does look like first-year head coach Clinton Kubiak, he is going to roll with Kirk Cousins as the QB1, at least to start training camp. And our first question for hot or cold, does Cousins being named the QB1 to start camp mean he will be the QB1 to begin the season? The Raiders will host the Dolphins and Malik Willis in week 1. Hot or cold, Pat?
Hot. And this has been the opinion that I've been rolling with for the last, couple of months, since April. Since before the draft, when we all knew the Raiders were taking Fernando Mendoza and Clint Kubiak. Before they had drafted him, they're like, yeah, if we were like, come on, we stop with the if. We know you're taking Fernando Mendoza, but he was like, yeah, honestly, I think it would be ideal if he doesn't start the year as the starting quarterback. And Brad and I, Combs and I, we've had several debates since then. And no, stop. That's just they don't want to just give it to Mendoza. No, they want Mendoza to wait and watch and learn for a couple of weeks, go through the routine all throughout training camp, the couple of preseason games, and then when it's the real deal, Evander Holyfield, and you're that quarterback, going the week leading up to the first game, all the film, all the preparation, game day, what's the routine? Getting to the field, warming up, every single drive, getting off the field, looking at the tablet, and then after that first game, Monday morning quarterback, watching the film, breaking it down, realizing what mistakes that you made. And I know Fernando Mendoza did this in Indiana. I know this isn't the first time he's going to be watching film, but it's different in the NFL. It's different when everything is so broken down to the most minute levels, and everybody is aware of your tendencies after just a couple of games. And you've got 18 different schemes and play calls and 1,000 different plays that you got to worry about, and line protections and adjustments and all that different stuff, and hot routes and audibles, and calling 2 plays in the huddle on every single play. To throw Fernando Mendoza in there right away is just, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. And for those of you that think that the Raiders could really, we've seen it. I'm not saying we've never seen it. Jaden Daniels with the Commanders, CJ Stroud with the Texans, teams that were terrible, and they get a great rookie quarterback, bang, they're in the playoffs. It's not impossible, but the division they're in, the Chiefs, Broncos, and the Chargers, it is highly unlikely. And I really appreciate the Raiders seemingly taking a smart, mature approach to how they're handling Fernando Mendoza. If he's good, he's going to be their quarterback for the next 15 years. 4 to 5 games ain't going to hurt of allowing him to hit the ground running by soaking in everything like a sponge and learning from Kirk Cousins, who is a pro's pro. So I've been saying this since before the draft, and I'm saying it now. I'm holding firm. Kirk Cousins is going to be the starting quarterback for the Raiders for the first 4+ games of the season. I probably don't need to see more than 6 at that point, unless Kirk Cousins is lighting the world on fire and the Raiders are 5-1 or 4-2 and Kirk Cousins is playing at an MVP level. At that point, step aside. Now it's Mendoza time. But I always thought the best thing for the Raiders was to have Kirk Cousins start the year as the starting quarterback. So for me, no brainer that Clint Kubiak is announcing that Cousins is QB1 to start training camp. And I think this is a no-brainer. It'll be a no-brainer when he is QB1 to start the season as well, Zach.
We also know that Clint Kubiak coached Kirk Cousins in Minnesota a few years back, so those two have a prior relationship. I think that gives Cousins the advantage in the competition as well.
And here's another thing, Zach. Here's another thing, and I don't think it's likely, but you never know in the NFL what opportunity could come knocking at your door. Let's say, just pick any playoff caliber team. Let's say the Broncos. Well, no, because they're in the same division. Let's go NFC. Let's say, because I've been talking them up so highly that it would probably be fitting if this actually does indeed happen. Knock on wood that it doesn't. Let's say the Green Bay Packers, Jordan Love goes down week 1 with a season-ending injury. The Packers are scrambling. They need a veteran quarterback. Here's Kirk Cousins. Hey, Kirk looks, and the Packers have Tyrod Taylor, so he's a solid backup option, but let's say Kirk Cousins plays the first 4 games of the season for the Raiders, and Kirk Cousins doesn't look bad. Kirk Cousins looks pretty okay. Kirk Cousins looks serviceable. Now, the Raiders' defense is terrible, and they're 1-3, but Kirk has a 70% completion percentage. Kirk is averaging over 200 passing yards per game. He's thrown in the first 4 games of the season. He's thrown 8 touchdowns and only 2 interceptions. The Las Vegas Raiders now have a valuable trade chip. They now have draft capital. And what are you getting back for Kirk Cousins? Is it a 6th-round pick? Is it a 5th-round pick? I mean, if you got a team that's desperate enough, maybe you milk a 4th-round draft pick back for Kirk Cousins. I think that might be part of the equation here, Zach, is that, hey, let's, all the reasons that I said, but on top of that, if Kirk plays well enough and there's another team that's a playoff caliber team that has a starting quarterback injury and he's out for the season, they might pick up the phone and give us a call and say, hey, what's it going to take for you to give up Kirk Cousins? Hey, we're ready to throw Fernando Mendoza in there anyway. So let's get something back for Kirk Cousins. I think that's a possibility that has probably been played in the head of GM John Spytek for the Raiders.
And I will say, you would agree Cousins played pretty well down the stretch last year for the Falcons after Michael Penix got hurt. I remember that Thursday night game against the Bucs. They had that crazy comeback. He played better than I thought.
Yeah, he did. I'm just looking here at he took over as the starter in week 12. And so from week 12 to week 18, that is 7 starts for Kirk Cousins. He averaged 210 yards per game, threw for 10 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, a completion percentage of 62%. There were some ugly games. I remember the game against Seattle was god-awful. I remember the Week 17 game against the Rams. He basically didn't do anything. But yeah, that Week 15 game against the Bucs where he threw for nearly 400 yards and 3 touchdowns. Kirk Cousins, a couple years removed from a torn Achilles at 37 years old, he's still got some juice.
Pat, before we move on here on Hot or Cold, there is one impromptu question I just wanted to throw at you that just crossed my mind thinking about that Thursday night game against the Bucs. Do you have any interest in drafting Kyle Pitts in fantasy this year? Are you one of those sickos that will be willing to take a risk on him, or have you been burned before?
Well, so I was a sicko that has been burned by Kyle Pitts in the past, and then I drafted him again late. I got him late. I want to say Kyle Pitts, I got him in like round 8 or 9 last year, maybe even later than that. That feels like that might have even been too high. But I was like, you know what? I'll get hurt again by Kyle Pitts. Kyle Pitts actually got me to my fantasy championship game with that Week 15 game against the Bucs where he had 166 yards and 3 touchdowns. So after 2 different tries of Kyle Pitts burning me in fantasy football, I went back to the well for a 3rd time, and I was handsomely rewarded. So yeah, I would draft him again.
I love to hear that because I feel like I've had so many conversations where I just bring him up when it comes to fantasy football, and most of the time it's just people who've been burned by him. So that's great to hear. All right, moving on here on Hot or Cold. We spent a couple segments earlier in the show talking about the Houston Texans. We had a legendary sports writer in Houston, John McClain, on to preview the Texans season. And one key point we discussed with him was CJ Stroud and just how crucial of a season it is for him coming up in Houston. John said that he doesn't think this upcoming season is a make or break year for CJ Stroud because he is one of two quarterbacks in the NFL that have won playoff games in each of the last 3 seasons. Pat, you said you're high on the Texans. You're predicting them to win 10 games to make the playoffs. So, do you think CJ Stroud will be the Texans quarterback in 1 year's time? Hot or cold, Stroud will be a Texan in 2027.
Yeah, it's hot. It's hot. And look, and I've been very critical of CJ Stroud, rightfully so. Maybe overly critical. I mean, I don't know. I didn't think I was being overly critical when I said at halftime last year against the Patriots that DeMeco Ryans should honestly be fired if he doesn't bench CJ Stroud and go to Davis Mills. You remember that game, the playoff game just this past January, 4 interceptions. They're down at half. Their defense is at least keeping them somewhat in the game. CJ Stroud looks lost, god awful out there. Do you remember that off the top of your head, Zach? Do you think that they should have went to Davis Mills, or were you one of what I feel like had to be a minority of people saying, no, stick it out with CJ Stroud?
Here's the problem. I think that situation DeMeco Ryans was in was damned if you do, damned if you don't, because I feel like if he would have benched CJ Stroud, that would have been the end of CJ Stroud in Houston. And I'm still not sure if that performance was so bad that I'm just not sure he could recover from it. And honestly, I'm not saying his career is over, but he strikes me as a guy that needs a change of scenery.
CJ Stroud. So you would say what? You would say cold to this, that you don't think he's going to be a Texan in 2027?
Yeah, because my gut is that as great as the defense is, it's impossible for them to be as great as they were last year. I don't love the Montgomery addition. I still think they're going to have trouble on the offensive line. I still think they're going to have trouble running the ball. I don't love the weapons outside of Collins. And I think Stroud was so bad in that playoff game that I don't think he'll ever have success in Houston. So I'm going to say cold.
Wow. Yeah, look, again, so I feel like I probably would have been saying the same things as you if you asked me this question a couple of days after that loss to the Patriots. They lose 28-16. And again, CJ Stroud goes 20 for 47, 212 yards, 1 touchdown, 4 interceptions. But the one touchdown that the Texans scored in that first half was on a drive that they started right outside the red zone because of a Patriots fumble. The other drives in that first half, 3 and out, field goal, interception, 3 and out, interception, 3 and out. CJ Stroud threw 4 picks in the first half, let alone the entire game. He threw four first picks in the entire first half. I don't think it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. I think at a certain point, you can't worry about your quarterback's feelings. You can't worry about what the perception is going to be 6 months down the road in training camp. You can't worry about, oh, well, you benched him in a playoff game. That means he can't be your quarterback moving forward. No, nonsense. And again, I think there was a decision that needed to be made. DeMeco Ryans didn't do it. And who knows? Maybe they never would have won the game with Davis Mills, but they sure as hell weren't winning it with CJ Stroud, and that became evident. So I've been about as critical of him as you could be. But I do think more than anything, and I'm not even expecting a big year from CJ Stroud. I'm not expecting him to look like he did in his rookie season. Maybe he's a little bit better than last year. And again, you mentioned adding David Montgomery after the failed running back room they had last year. Joe Mixon couldn't stay healthy. I mean, I think David Montgomery's better than Woody Marks, who they had running the football most of last year. Nico Collins is a great wide receiver 1. He's probably the 10th best receiver in football. You got a healthy Tank Dell. You got Noel and Hutchinson coming back. Schultz is a reliable tight end. Like they should have it. It comes down to the offensive line too. That is something else that John McClain said, and I agree. They didn't do him any favors, C.J. Stroud, with a god-awful sieve of an offensive line. If he has some protection, he's going to have a better year. But, man, it's that defense for me. Even if I don't think that C.J. Stroud, even if he has the same exact season he had last year, the defense is just too good. And I think if they win 10 games again, maybe in spite of C.J. Stroud, he'll still get a contract extension. He'll still be the Texans quarterback. He would have to be so bad. And if that defense is as good as I think they're going to be, which is a top 5 unit, if not the number 1 defense in football, and they miss the playoffs, or if they finish under 500, and C.J. Stroud is the reason why, okay, maybe he's not the Texans quarterback in 2027. He would just have to be so bad for that to get there. I think the defense, it's too big to fail, right? The movie, that's the Texans defense. They're too good to let C.J. Stroud pull them down. He did in the playoffs, but I still think they're good enough on their own to get to the postseason. 310-840-4910, and that will spur continuity, that'll spur stability, and they will continue to try to find a way to get the best out of C.J. Stroud. And maybe it is because what he showed you in his rookie season, and you feel like you can get that back. That's in there somewhere. That's deep down in C.J. Stroud. You could pull it out of him. How can we get that out of C.J. Stroud? That's what the Texans are really saying to themselves in the mirror. GM Nick Caserio, offense coordinator Nick Caley, D'Amico Ryans. That's what they're really saying. It's in there somewhere. We got to get it out of him. We got to get 2023 C.J. Stroud back. 310-840-4910. All right, we'll get some more hot or cold in when we return. We'll get to some of your phone calls as well. We'll get you a baseball scoreboard update. We got a lot of big results coming in on this Tuesday night. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, Pat, let me ask you this. If the Texans do win 10 games, and let's say they lose in the divisional round again, isn't that not good enough? Shouldn't this team's goal, try to get to
Steph
at least
Curry
the conference championship game? And, if the Bucks are out here letting Baker Mayfield walk...
He should ask out yesterday.
I know who I'm taking.
From Golden State. Now, I don't think he will. I do think whether it means something to me or not is immaterial. He's his own man. He's his own person. He can do what he wants, right? All accounts say that Steph Curry wants to play his entire career with one team. Start and finish his career with the Golden State Warriors. And I guess there's something admirable about that. I just I don't think there is. And you can say, well, you're not loyal. Okay, here's my question for you then.
I'll be right
moron.
back.
I love you. Thank you for listening and watching. Do you think the Golden State Warriors have done enough for Steph Curry here in the twilight of his career? And really, and I understand they won a title in 22 because of him, have they done enough since they lost to the Raptors in the 19 NBA Finals? Have they? And be honest. Have they? They've been doing this Marvel Universe, 2 timeline sort of deal. There's today and then there's the multiverse. With Kang and Doctor Doom and Jonathan Kuminga and James Wiseman. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It hasn't worked. This offseason, by all reports, I'm not involved in these conversations. I just go by what I think. Bill Simmons on The Ringer is really plugged in. He talked about it over the weekend. That the Warriors didn't make a good enough offer for Jaylen Brown. And think about it, right? They wanted LeBron. What pushed LeBron to go to Philadelphia was the thing that got him over the line there. Jaylen Brown. What happens if the Warriors trade for Jaylen Brown? Does LeBron go there? Probably yes, right? What's the percent chance the Golden State Warriors win the NBA title this season? And if you took that percent chance and multiplied it by 1 million, what would it be? The answer, 0. 0. What's the chance they win it next year? Take the chance. Multiply it by 1 million. Shine it up real nice. Turn that son of a bitch sideways and stick it straight up you know where. 0. 0. Why should 38-year-old Steph Curry languish for the final couple years of his career? Languish as the 9 seed in the West, or maybe they're the 6 seed and get bounced in the first round. Why should that be what happened? Loyalty?
What do you think they're going to do with
Just 'cause
that
he's
one?
been there his whole career? Really? You think this is not Milwaukee? Giannis won 1 title in Milwaukee. You think the Bay Area will ever dislike Steph Curry? MVPs, 4 championships? Stop. Come on. He resuscitated that. That franchise was not dead,
Dude.
but it was on life support before Curry brought them out of it, out of the abyss.
You know who?
Why should he finish his career in Golden State?
You know who? Like a lot
Other
of my
than
friends want, and I think it would be a great move. And it's
Why
not going
should
to
he?
cost like a ton. That's a name I've heard a lot, but I was going to say Arives from the Giants. I feel like he's the exact opposite of the player Cashman has gone after. It's just the American League is so bad. Like, they really have no excuses. Like, with that pitching staff. So, I know we hit on the Denzel Ward contract, but we haven't really gotten in, I guess we did earlier, right? Like the Browns quarterback situation. I'm just wondering what hot or colds to hit. Okay, cool. It's a couple days old, that Jerry Jeudy video.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number is 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. This is what, Smack That by Akon? I almost saw Akon in concert last weekend, which is a wild statement on its own. You ever wonder? And look, I hope that in 15 years from now, I'm still doing a sports talk radio show and getting paid for it. It's not that long ago, Akon was dropping bangers. Lonely, Locked Up, Smack That. I'm pretty sure that's his song. He's a feature in so many really good songs. Because I was looking at it, and this came into conversation because I was at a family barbecue with my girlfriend's family on Saturday, and her one cousin, she was like, "Oh, I gotta go. I'm going to a concert." I was like, "Oh, what concert are you going to?" She goes, "Akon and Neo." I was like, "What? Wow, where?" She's like, "On the river at Camden." There's a beautiful outdoor venue on the riverfront in Camden, New Jersey, right next to Philadelphia. A great concert venue. She was like, Akon and Neo. I was like, whoa. I was like, what is it, 2009? She goes, hey, they got some bangers. I was like, trust me. I know. I remember middle school, high school, bumping Akon. I was like, who's the closer, by the way, Akon or Neo? She goes, it's going to be Akon. I was like, you sure about that? And I had a couple of people like, oh, no, it's Akon. What songs has Neo even made? And then I pulled up his, on Apple Music, I pulled up all of Neo's top songs, and it's just awesome R&B hit after awesome R&B hit. And they're like, oh, wow. All right, maybe it should have been Neo. I was like, yeah. Hey, damn right. But Akon's got some bangers. And, again, it's just weird to think that after all these years, Akon and Neo are doing concerts together. But she was like, yeah. She goes, you guys want to come? And I looked at my girlfriend. I was like, do we want to go on a spontaneous whim to go see Akon and Neo? Nah, maybe not tonight. Maybe 10 years ago, maybe 21-year-old Pat Boyle would have been like, oh yeah, let's do it. Let's pick up a sixer and let's go. But no, not 31-year-old Pat Boyle. Not on a limb. Not going to see Akon and Neo. I'll listen in the car. We listened in the car on the whole drive back. Played the best of Akon, did the best of Neo. Was listening to Neo for like 2 days after that. Anyway, 310-840-4910. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Let's get producer Zach Kroll, who's filling in for Brandon Combs, back in here. Let's hit another hot or cold topic. What's going on, Zach?
Well, Pat, we spent some time earlier in the show talking about the Cleveland Browns and their quarterback situation, and one person that had a pretty massive opinion on the Browns signal caller was their wide receiver, Jerry Jeudy, and he hinted on Instagram Live that he wants Deshaun Watson to be the team starter. When asked about it in the comments section, he just put up the number 4, referring to Deshaun Watson's number. So our first hot or cold prompt here is Jerry Jeudy hinting that he wants Watson as the Browns' starting quarterback to begin the season is a big deal. Hot or cold?
I'm going cold, and I'm going to believe Jerry Jeudy here. So, again, this was on a live stream on, it was either Instagram or I think it was on TikTok, actually. And, yeah, somebody in the comment section said, who do you want your starting QB to be? And then they clipped it. I don't know what the full clip looked like, but you see the clipped version where it's pretty clear. They spliced two things together, and then Jerry Jeudy is holding up the number 4. That's the jersey that Deshaun Watson wears. That was a couple days ago. Jerry Jeudy then later, this was Sunday afternoon, he responds on Twitter, and Jerry Jeudy said, y'all cut the clip perfectly for that narrative. Y'all can never get in between this bleep, LOL. And he went on to, I think he was asked about it as they reported for training camp, and Jerry Jeudy was like, I'm not going to comment on decisions that aren't mine to make. I trust in Coach Smunkin and all this other stuff. So I can see how many people maybe thought, wow, Jerry Judy's saying he wants Deshaun Watson. That's probably not a good look for Shedeur Sanders. I'm going to believe Jerry Jeudy and say that was a clip that was edited. That's fake news. And that Jerry Jeudy would actually not be dumb enough. Maybe dumb's harsh, but just not be creating locker room conflict on the first days of training camp by saying he would rather have Deshaun Watson be his quarterback, because Jerry Jeudy should be rooting for whoever throws him the football this year, because he had a great year 2 years ago and then struggled big time and took a big step back last year. So I'm going to say cold, because I don't believe that it's true. I believe Jerry Jeudy. He did not actually say he would rather Deshaun Watson be his starting quarterback.
Pat, it's funny. I got to tell you, a couple segments earlier when you were talking about Denzel Ward and that 2018 draft, that had me thinking, about the NFL draft in general. And Jerry Jeudy is a name for me that comes to mind for one of the most disappointing prospects of my lifetime. I thought this guy was going to be a top 5 wide receiver in the NFL. And if you look at his draft, it's the 2020 draft, the COVID draft. I'm sure we all remember. You had CeeDee Lamb go in that draft. You had Justin Jefferson go in that draft. You had T. Higgins go in that draft. Brandon Ayuk, Michael Pittman. I thought Jerry Jeudy was going to be the best of all of them, and that certainly has not been the case.
Yeah. You look at what Jerry Jeudy did in college, and his numbers were just jaw-dropping. I mean, at Alabama, back years, he had 1,300 yards and 14 touchdowns, and then 1,163 yards and 10 touchdowns. He was a machine. He was a machine coming out of college. So, yeah, to have the career that he has had. And look, I give him credit, right? Because it looked like Jerry Jeudy's career was basically, basically over after he failed in Denver. Remember, Steve Smith Sr. basically attacked him, challenged his manhood. Steve Smith Sr., one of the last people to be commenting in that regard. And then Jerry Jeudy goes to the Browns, and 2 years ago puts up 1,229 freaking yards. So Yeah, I mean, it's this whole Browns offense, man. It is. I have no idea what the hell we're actually going to get. I just find myself continuing to be pessimistic because I think Deshaun Watson is completely terrible and has nothing left and is washed up. And I think that Shedeur Sanders should be the starting quarterback to start the season. And again, last year, I was one of the first people to say, look, Shedeur he fell to the 5th round for a reason. He's not very good in his first couple of starts. He had some brief moments. But at this point, only because I don't think there's anybody else on the roster that's better, I want to see Shedeur start the year as the starting quarterback for the Browns. And I'm excited to see what he can do with a healthy Quinshon Judkins, which, if my memory serves me correct, he did not have last year. Shedeur played week 11 on. Quinshon Judkins got hurt week 16. Okay, so he did play a couple of games with Quinshon Judkins. I stand corrected. But now a full year, whenever Shedeur, again, if he is the starting quarterback for week 1, a full year with a healthy Quinshon Judkins, 2 rookie receivers in Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston, Harold Fannin coming off a great rookie season. They had great chemistry last year. I'm excited to see what Shedeur Sanders can actually do with this offense, and what if he plays up to his strengths as a guy that is accurate. He was an accurate quarterback. That's what he was known for at Colorado. That's why he won Big 12 Player of the Year. That's why going into the draft, he was supposed to be taken in the 1st round, and then all of hell broke loose. But I think the Browns are wasting their time if they try to run this thing out with Deshaun Watson. And I think, you want to talk conspiracy theory, I think that would be a call from the Haslems, from Jimmy and Dee Haslam. Hey, it's the last year we're paying them. Let's Todd Monken, you're the new head coach. We're the owners. We know the Haslam's metal. It's the last year. They're trying to get that money from Deshaun Watson, but it's too late. They gave him a fully guaranteed contract. This is the final year. They could have cut him last year, and they could have ate that as a dead cap hit, but nope, they brought him back after he twice tore his Achilles. Twice. So if Deshaun Watson is the starting quarterback to begin the year, I personally think deep down that the Haslems might have something to do with it, or Todd Monken is saying, hey, here's a guy that has started way more games than Shedeur Sanders. I want to play it safe. But I'll tell you what the Browns do for their first preseason game is going to speak volumes about their plan for quarterback this year. And we're not going to have to wait more than maybe another 10 days because Hall of Fame game is a week away and Browns aren't playing in it, but we've got a preseason football game in a week. And then everybody is in action in just over 2 weeks from now. The Browns' first of 3 preseason games is on Saturday, August 15th against the Chicago Bears. Judging from the last couple of years of being a full-time sports talk show host and being a diehard NFL fan for multiple years, several years, most of my young adult life, my entire young adult life, most coaches will name who's going to be the starting quarterback, or at least what their plan is for the first preseason game, about 4 or 5 days out. Like Monday or Tuesday, the week of that first preseason game. So the Browns play the Bears on August 15th. I would think by August 10th, we're going to get the answer on who is going to start that preseason game. And it might not be the end-all, be-all, but it is likely the direction that the Browns are heading in as to who is going to be their starting quarterback to begin the season. And I think whoever ends up starting that preseason game against the Chicago Bears, that is the direction that they are trending in. 310-840-4910. We'll finish up with your phone calls on the other side, plus a couple of quick-fire topics. What the hell is Gianni Infantino doing with FIFA? I'll explain. I know the World Cup's over, but this is big soccer news. Big soccer news. And also, Draymond coming back. Is it his final year in the NBA? I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
Here's my beef with the 2026 Cincinnati Bengals. I think the head coach sucks. I'm not a Zach Taylor guy. I never have been. I don't think he's a good head coach. And I think the defensive coordinator is also terrible in Al Golden. And I don't know what the thought process is. First off, of getting rid of Lou Anarumo in the first place. But then you replace him with Al Golden. The defense is even worse, and then you bring Al Golden back for a second year. Like, why would we expect, and I understand that there's some more talent here, but we are looking at right now, I can be wrong, but we are looking at what I would consider to be. I know they went to the Super Bowl. They almost won the Super Bowl with Zach Taylor. I understand that. I get it. Do you think he's a good head coach? The offensive coach, I don't think is very good in Zach Taylor. And the defensive coach, I don't think is any good in Al Golden. Awesome. You think, like really, we haven't seen Jesse Minter coach a game yet. Who would you take as your head coach, Jesse Minter or Zach Taylor? Who would you guess? We haven't seen Declan Doyle call plays in the NFL. Who would you guess is a better coordinator and better play caller at his side of the ball this year? Declan Doyle, who we've never seen call a game, or Al Golden? If you had to bet on one of them, who would you bet on? So look, like, I get why people could be seduced by them. There's a fantasy football component of this. I don't mean that as an insult. I love fantasy football as much or more than anybody. But we get seduced by Burrow and Chase and Higgins and this offense and the promise of what some of these defensive free agents bring in. But we forget that the guys that are actually in charge are nincompoops. That they're not very good. I don't think they're better than the Ravens. I don't even know if they're better than Pittsburgh. And I don't love the Steelers this year. Here are teams that I will take over Buffalo right now in the AFC. Or take over Cincinnati right now. Buffalo's going to be the first one. The teams that I will take over Cincinnati right now in the AFC. Buffalo, New England, Baltimore, Houston, Jacksonville, Kansas City, Denver, and the Chargers. And I'd consider the Steelers. I think the Bengals will be on the outside looking in at the playoffs yet again. But really what this comes down to, for me, with the Kansas City Chiefs, plus 750 to win the AFC, yes, minus 210 to make the playoffs, win total of basically about 10. Why I like the Chiefs, and insert laugh here because I loved the Chiefs last year, my Super Bowl prediction, and they didn't even make the playoffs. The quarterback. Here's number 15. The Dragon in red. And it's possible that a couple hours from now, we'll have video of Patrick Mahomes practicing for Kansas City. That's possible. After tearing his ACL in December. I'll leave you with this to end the hour. If you think about the great quarterbacks in the history of the National Football League, whether they've won a ton of Super Bowls, Mahomes already has 3, or not. The Bradys, Peyton Manning, Dan Marino, Joe Montana, you can go down the list. They almost never have a losing season. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Now, it can, but it usually doesn't. History bears that out. What I believe to be likely is we will, 10 years from now, look back on the 2025 season, and I'm a Giants fan, right? I'm not a Chiefs fan saying this. We will look back on the 2025 Kansas City Chiefs season as the ultimate anomaly. Remember when that happened? How weird was that? Can you believe that actually happened given what happened afterwards? I'd be stunned if it happened again. Here's the bottom line. Scouts and executives and coaches and networks and talking heads can say whatever they want. The best quarterback in the National Football League is still Patrick Mahomes.
The conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Final couple of minutes here. Last chance to get your phone calls and your texts in. 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. I'm going to give you two rapid-fire topics here before we get out of here. So, really quickly, Draymond Green comes back to the Golden State Warriors. 1-year deal for $27.7 million. This, I think, is Draymond's retirement tour. I don't think he wants to live in LeBron's shadow, and LeBron, the final decision, even though it's a 2-year deal with the Sixers, there is a chance this could be his last season. I think it's going to be 2 years for LeBron. But I think Draymond was waiting. He was hoping LeBron was going to come to Golden State. He was going to take a big pay cut if LeBron did come to Golden State. He doesn't, and Draymond says, screw it. All right, I guess I'll just, give me everything you can give me. $28 million. And he's going to play with Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler and Porzingis, and we know what the fate likely is for the Golden State Warriors, and it is at best a second-round exit, but it is most likely a first-round exit in the playoffs, if not them being a play-in team. And I think that this is probably the last year for Draymond Green on the Warriors. And honestly, he's just better off calling it quits after that. He's got a couple of broadcasting jobs lined up. He could probably just squeeze right in with Chuck and Shaq and Kenny, and Ernie on Inside the NBA. Hey, become an analyst. He could probably be a broadcasting analyst, continue his podcast. Life after the Golden State Warriors is going to be ugly for Draymond Green if he tries to play for another team. It's just not going to happen. So I think this is Draymond's retirement tour. I don't think he's officially calling it that, but I think this is it. And I think he knows it. 310-840-4910. And we'll talk more about this next topic tomorrow because it deserves more than just 2 minutes, but I have to mention it. So I know the World Cup is over, but there was news today. FIFA president Gianni Infantino is essentially trying to commercialize the World Cup. And that just can't happen. That's downright despicable. It's disgusting. It's greed. It's corruption in every sense of the word. So the World Cup is not FIFA's to sell. And that is what Gianni Infantino is trying to do. He said the game's global governing body, which they are creating a new entity called the FIFA Forward Enterprise, it will seek investors to fund this newly formed body that would take control of commercial and event operations, including future editions of the Men's and Women's World Cup. And they were going to try to monetize the World Cup. And I know he's saying, well, hold on. We already paid for tickets and all this and that. Okay. FIFA is trying to raise $20 billion from a sale of equity to outside investors to have stake, to have private control of the World Cup and everything that it entails. UEFA, which is the European governing body of soccer, they're already planning. They're accelerating efforts to hold an emergency meeting of its 55 member countries / associations this week. And they're going to discuss plans, including a potential World Cup boycott. So I'll say this as succinctly as I can. Gianni Infantino needs to be removed as the president of FIFA. And his plans to try to monetize the World Cup, there's absolutely no room for it. All right, fun show. Thanks to everybody that worked on the show. VP Monty. Thanks to Zach Kroll. Thanks to Lee in Westwood One Studios. Thanks to my co-host Brad. Thanks to Zach Kroll, Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you later.
I think they're going to be awesome. Drake May almost won MVP of the league. You almost like there's no way you could convince me. I don't know how many people are saying this, but like Drake May does not stink. Drake May is not overrated. Drake May is on the cusp of absolute mega and superstardom. Mega and superstardom. Stud young quarterback. An offensive line that I expect to be better, and I love the signing of Elijah Vera-Tucker, the former Jet. Obviously, the questions surrounding him are about health, and they are well-founded questions, and maybe he can't stay healthy, which he's pretty much been unable to do in his time since being made a first-round pick by the Jets. Man, if he stays healthy, this line going to kick ass. Has the potential to be really good, especially if Will Campbell can figure it out and cannot be a turnstile at left tackle. This line has a chance to be really good. A.J. Brown, Romeo Doubs. Like an embarrassment of riches at receiver. Like Kayshon Boutte almost got traded 15 times this offseason. All he does is make big plays down the field. Read the training camp reports. I do, because I love this stuff. He's been great at camp. Mike Vrabel can't stop praising Kayshon Boutte. Involved in all these trade rumors, never lets it get to him. That's good stuff from Kayshon. Boutte, rocking everywhere. Shout out to Bubba Sparks. Love the coaching staff. Yes, the schedule is harder. It is. Undeniably, a lot harder. But the team's also better. No Pedialyte, no Gatorade, no IV, no Tylenol, no Advil. Really, the only thing the Patriots need is no New York Post and no TMZ. As of right now, my AFC East champion, the New England Patriots. Here's Nico Collins, one of the best receivers in the league. Year 2 of the Iowa State boys, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. I think Higgins can be a stud this year for the Houston Texans. And there's a guy, you'll remember his name. We haven't talked about him in a long time. Because at the end of 2 NFL seasons ago, the 24 NFL season, his leg exploded. ACL. LCL, MCL, BCL, ZCL. If there's a CL in the knee, Tank Dell tore it. Plus, fractured patella. Is a patella in the leg? Femur, leg, whatever. Everything that could go wrong with the leg went wrong for Tank Dell. Missed all of last year. All of them. Do you remember how good he was when he played? Now, maybe he won't be what he was prior to the injury, but if he's even is he 80% of what he was? 85%? Do you understand what a big deal that is for this offense? And they can run the ball a little bit now, and the line's better? If CJ Stroud can give you anything more than he gave you last year, and the bar is low, why can't this team go to the Super Bowl? I said it. Why can't the Houston Texans go to the Super Bowl this year? The Houston Texans will win the AFC South. And as of this moment right now, this is pencil, not pen. It's July 28th. I reserve the right to change my mind. As it stands right now, I will have the Houston Texans playing on Championship Sunday. And perhaps on Super Bowl Sunday.